everyone. Good morning. I see all my friends. Woo! Yay! Belonging. Good morning. My co-project lead is somewhere. Come on up and join me, Libby. Give it up for Libby. So my name is Rhonda Sewell. I'm Director of Advocacy and External Affairs for the Toledo Museum of Art. And I just want to thank all of you. You look so good, all of you today. There has been a lot of hard work in planning this amazing symposium. And we just want to thank all of you who joined us last night at our opening reception. They say how you start is how you finish. And we started well, didn't we? So thank you all. Good morning, everyone, and let me officially welcome you to the 2025 Belonging Symposium titled Advance, Forward-Thinking Strategies for Belonging in Museums at the Toledo Museum of Art. Again, I'm honored to be here alongside my amazing colleague, Libby. And Libby, why don't you take the mic?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're enjoying this beautiful weather with us here in Toledo inside the Glass Pavilion. One of my favorite things about this space is how much we can actually see what's going on. And when it's nice like this, it's even better. And what a great way to welcome all of you here. We're so thrilled to have you with us. Whether you're joining us from right here in Toledo, or from across the country, or even from around the world, your presence here today speaks volumes about your commitment to creating spaces, whether in the arts, culture, education, nonprofit, or the corporate world, or any other place I didn't mention there. The fact that you're here is very cool. Where every individual feels seen, heard, valued, and above all, that they belong.
Thanks, Libby. This symposium marks the inaugural gathering under the title of Belonging Symposium. Though it's the second time our museum has convened thought leaders and all of you amazing people under our roof. We've convened our first symposium in 2023, and we focused on gallery reinterpretation and spatial storytelling. And now here in 2025, we're proud to expand the dialogue to the deep and transformative concept of belonging. Libby?
So we know that you've come from near and far, and one more time, we thank you. Well, probably not one more time. We're going to say it a lot more. For those of you who have traveled to be with us, safe travels to you to and from Toledo. While you're here, we hope that you take time to enjoy the amenities of our warm and welcoming Midwestern city. And if you're wondering, as I said before, you are in the right place. This is the Glass Pavilion, one of our architectural gems. And just across the street, you'll find our main museum, which we often refer to as the Green Building. It's named after its neoclassical architect, Edward B. Green. Rhonda?
We're also proud to share, and you guys have to have a roaring applause after I say this, that USA Today recently named the Toledo Museum of Art as the best art museum in the entire country. We also have the best metro parks and the best library, but who's bragging today, right? We're honored, we really are, by that recognition, but even more honored that you are all here today, because what makes us proudest is not only our collection or our buildings on this 39-acre campus, but it's the people we welcome through our doors and the values that we hold very dear.
This symposium was nearly a year in the making, and we want to acknowledge and thank the phenomenal planning team that helped bring this to life. Our Agile team, and if you are here and will stand when I say your name, please. Adero Kaufman Akoko, who served as our objective lead. Adero created a beautiful framework and held us to it. Duffy Maddox, who guided the programming as the program lead. and is a master of scheduling and calendar, I have to say. Team members Katie Shelley, who is also, there she is right over there, and Petunia. Katie is our Access Initiatives Manager and absolutely does an incredible job for this museum. Ahmad, I don't want to butcher your name again, Ahmad, but I know I'm going to. Rafi, I'll get closer every time, I promise, who is one of our curatorial staff. If you get a chance when you head over to the Green Building, please see Opulent Echoes. There is a Persian rug in there that is still the most amazing thing in the world I've ever seen, so plug for that. And James Burgess, there he is right there, who was our logistics person. As you may or may not know, this week there is a dance competition in town. And if you weren't going to be part of that dance competition, you were going to have a hard time getting a hotel room, so we thank James for that. Our consultants on this were Sophie Ahn, Allie Krajewski, Olivia Chia, Jessica Mack, Taylor Yarborough, Marley Unger, and Allison Blankenship. This was all part of an amazing team who put all of it together, let's face it. And both Rhonda and I had the pleasure of co-leading this project, and I just want to stop right here, and it's not in the script, but let's have a big round of applause for Rhonda Sewell, who did really, truly an incredible job pulling all of this together, and especially bringing together our amazing speakers and presenters. Curating this day and also dreaming forward to super symposiums is what we want to come out of this vision. You can expect another TMA-hosted symposium in a few years, and we're already building ideas shaped by teams and future visions.
Thank you so much, Libby. We have just, we call each other our personal rock stars. I always call Libby my rock star, but she's a friend beyond a colleague, and I couldn't have done this. Yeah, this is just, we'll get teary, and my lashes will fall off and everything.
And we don't know what we're going to do.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. Where's the bourbon? So, okay. It's under here. Okay, good. Okay. We also want to really extend our heartfelt gratitude to our director, Dr. Adam Levine. His belief in the concept of belonging really helped plant the seeds for what has grown into a shared institutional value. Under his leadership, we as staff and employees were empowered to define our own value system, which is so important. Those values include community, innovation, trust, and also diversity, which is not a bad word. Just putting that out there. But those values that our own staff came up with are more than just words on a wall. They're at the heart of who we are and also who we are becoming, because we readily admit that we're still building the plane while it's in the air.
Our goal at the Toledo Museum of Art is to be a model museum, one committed not just to excellence in art, but to fostering a culture where belonging is practiced, not promised. Our journey began in earnest in 2021 with the board-approved Belonging Plan, led by then Director of Belonging and Community Engagement, and what she continues to say is still one of her favorite titles, Rhonda Sewell, and a dynamic team of nine dedicated individuals, all employees from TMA departments. We thank the board for their continued support of this vision.
Thank you, Libby. And of course, none of this would be possible without our generous sponsors, all who have representatives here today. A heartfelt thank you to Shoemaker, our leading sponsor. Your alignment with values of justice and equity is deeply appreciated, and we are honored by your belief in this work. Thank you also to Lehman Maupin, whose support has been ongoing and steadfast for the museum. We are especially proud that Lehman Maupin, instead of sponsoring an exhibition, which has truly been what they've done for the museum, they chose to support this symposium. That means the world to us. We're also grateful to Destination Toledo, our local tourism partner, for helping secure hotel space, supplying welcome bags, and reminding us of the joys and also the quirks of our small but mighty city. Yes, there is a big dance competition in town, so some of you might be staying a bit further out. But as we like to say here in Toledo, you can get anywhere in 15 minutes, and it's really accurate. You really can. Finally, a special thanks to our visitor services team, our people and talent team, and our amazing ambassadors for helping out with registration today. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh no, I clapped and I lost my place. There we go. Read mine. Sure. There we go. Throughout the day, we invite you to immerse yourself in this space and in this topic. Your program includes a QR code where you can find full bios of our dynamic speakers. After our morning session and lunch, you'll have options to participate in small group activities, enjoy docent-led tours, or create a collage around the theme of belonging. And please take time to visit the Green Building or the main museum across the street and engage with the museum and one another. And one thing I'd love to mention to all of you, because we're going to come around the tables and pick these up, there are some sheets on your tables which detail the power hour or things that we're doing right after lunch. And then there's a slip of paper. If you'd like to attend any of these, just put your name on the top of the slip, circle one of the numbers, and then after the next speaker presentation, I'm coming around to pick those up. So thank you.
One final highlight, we've partnered with the Detroit Institute of Arts for an optional tour on Saturday, just 45 minutes away. We like to call it the DIA. It's one of our region's crown jewels, and it's the perfect way to continue your journey through art and belonging. That particular self-guided tour will be from 1 to 3 on Saturday. For those of you traveling out of town, you usually go, we do have an airport, okay? Toledo does have its own airport, but most of you fly out of the hub airport from Detroit. And it's the DIA is very close to Detroit. We have a large contingent of Detroiters here today, so welcome to you all, but please sign up for that as well. So again, thank you. Thank you for choosing to be a part of this moment with us. We hope this symposium leaves you not only inspired, but also equipped with new ideas, new connections, and new practices to carrying belonging forward wherever you go.
Let's make today unforgettable. So welcome to the 2025 Belonging Symposium at the Toledo Museum of Art. Again, a year in the making. We are so thrilled and thankful to have all of you with us. And now I have the pleasure of introducing my colleague, dear friend, and co-project lead, Rhonda Sewell, Director of Advocacy and External Affairs for the Toledo Museum of Art, for her presentation today, titled, The Museum Commitment to Fairness and Representation, What is Our Shared Narrative? Rhonda, thank you.
Thank you so much, Libby, and again, thank you all for being here today. Good morning again to everyone. It is truly an honor to stand before you today at our 2025 Belonging Symposium. I want to thank each of you, whether you've traveled from across the country, around the world, or from right here in our Toledo area community. I want to thank you for your presence, your energy, and your commitment to the vital theme that brings us together today, which is belonging. This isn't just a symposium. It's really a gathering of hearts and minds, committed to fairness, representation, and shared purpose across the arts and culture sector, but also beyond. Let me start with a little story about myself and why this work deeply aligns with my own value system. For 18 years, I was a newspaper journalist. I believed and still believe that journalism has a profound power to elevate truth, hold power and people accountable, and make space for stories that otherwise go unheard. Then I spent another 15 years with a public library system, which I say is one of our greatest democratic institutions. Where else can you walk through the door, no matter who you are, and find access to knowledge, learning, resources without cost, but better yet, without judgment? At the library, I began in media relations, but quickly moved into advocacy and governmental affairs. And let me tell you, if I believed in the mission, I had no issues knocking on doors, writing policy briefs, or sitting with legislators, and I'm gonna say to fight for funding. That experience really taught me that advocacy is not about ego. It's about believing so deeply in something that you're willing to stand in front of legislators and say, this matters and we need funding now. And I do that a lot. And today, for the last 4 years this month, I've had the absolute privilege of serving first as the museum's inaugural Director of Belonging, and then a transition last year as the Director of Advocacy and External Affairs, using my history in governmental affairs at the Toledo Museum of Art. It really has been one of the most fulfilling chapters of my professional life. Here at TMA, as we like to use acronyms now, I've been able to help the institution with my colleagues not only live into its mission, but to more deeply align its operations with its values. That is so important. So why is belonging in the context of museum or any arts organization or professional organization so important? Belonging really is not a soft word. Don't let anyone fool you and tell you that it is. It's not a trend. It's more of a strategy. It's really a compass. Here at the Toledo Museum of Art, we actually refer to it as a verb, an action word. It's the practice of ensuring that people, employers, visitors, artists, scholars, students, children, elders, feel like they have a place, not just in the building, but in the narrative. That narrative is not fixed. It's dynamic. It evolves, and it must include as many voices and perspectives as we can invite and sustain. Here at the Toledo Museum of Art, again, belonging is not a buzzword. It's embedded into our institutional framework. It's a strategic belief. It's a documented plan, and it's our daily practice. Our belonging plan, as Libby said, was adopted by our board unanimously, that's hard to do, in 2021. It lives on our website, not collecting virtual dust, but serving as a living, breathing document of accountability. It is a 28-page roadmap toward creating a more inclusive and equitable museum. And what makes me most proud is that this plan includes not only ideals, but also action steps. We didn't develop this plan in a silo. Our staff helped to shape it. Our employee resource groups, or ERGs, voluntarily created by staff, have developed initiatives rooted in this plan, as well as our belonging committee, who really helped define and shape this plan. They're designing programs, they're shaping visitor experience, and they're informing our policy. They're also helping us to meet our 4 key strategic objectives. They include broadening the narrative of art history, improving quality and excellence internally, becoming an employer of choice, and shifting to a model of active outreach. A great deal of this direction is thanks to the visionary leadership of our director, Dr. Adam Levine. When Adam became director about 5 years ago, he really made a bold declaration that belonging could and should be integrated nearly into everything we do. He didn't just speak those words. He created space for staff to define our own institutional values. So what was the result? We now operate under 4 core values that guide our work every single day, and that were chosen not by a hierarchical power or by the leadership or by the board, but by the employees and the staff. and those are community, innovation, trust, and diversity. His belief in belonging as a strategic priority has shifted the way we actually operate. It's not something extra, it's fundamental. Thank you, Adam, for that leadership and for continuing to believe in the people who power this museum. Here at the museum, we've adopted an agile leadership model. This means staff from any department can step forward and lead initiatives outside of their job description. For example, I was once the objective lead for the development of our community gallery, which you'll see in the green building across the street, an exhibition space that centers underrepresented voices and local artists. This kind of work, leadership opportunities embedded within institutional culture, it builds capacity, it builds morale, and it also builds community. When fairness and representation are internal values of your organization, your team reflects that in every guest interaction, every exhibition, and every program. Fairness means that every employee has the opportunity to grow and thrive. Representation means that our walls, our programs, our teams, and our leadership reflect the diverse world that we serve. To that end, we've hired consulting curators in Native American, African, and Asian art to help us expand and deepen our global collections. This is not window dressing, and it is not a checkbox, but it is a critical investment in excellence. When we broaden the narrative of art history, we invite more people to see themselves within it. And when we do that well, we become not only a better museum, but a more just and human one. So what is our shared narrative as museums and arts and culture professionals, or for any organization for that matter? Our shared narrative is a belief in the power of storytelling, through objects, through images, through language, and even through space. It's a shared responsibility to make our institutions accessible, not only physically, but also culturally and emotionally. It's a collective commitment to ensure equity in hiring, advancement, curation, and community engagement. It's the willingness to say, we haven't always gotten it right, but we are committed to getting it better. We share a narrative of hope, of courage, of learning, and most of all, action. We are not perfect institutions, but we should be accountable ones. So what do I hope you take away from this symposium? I hope you take away a pathway forward, new practices, maybe concrete strategies, but also for yourselves and your organizations that you represent, a new sense of purpose. Whether you work in a museum, a nonprofit, a business, or even for yourself, the idea of belonging applies. Create policies that reflect fairness, build spaces that reflect the community you serve, and make decisions that reflect shared humanity. And know that you are a part of this narrative too. That's why many of you registered for this symposium today. In closing, I just want to thank you. Thank you for being part of this conversation, this work, and also this vision. Together, let's keep shaping institutions where people feel safe, seen, and supported, where they don't just enter through the doors, but they know they belong. Thank you, and thank you for all being here. And now I have the honor and privilege of introducing our next presentation, Mika G. Conway, an attorney, consultant, and the former inaugural Chief Diversity Officer of the National Gallery in Washington, D.C. Mika and I belong to a group of professionals committed to belonging who meet via Zoom monthly to share best practices and problem solve in the area of belonging, specifically in museums and arts organizations. She and her former colleagues attended this museum's 2023 Symposium on Reinterpretation of Galleries, and now she's back as a speaker. Mika will give a presentation on the merits of cultural competence, qualification-based hiring to advance belonging. Please give another round of applause for Mika.
Okay, thank you, Rhonda, and thank you to the Toledo Museum of Art for bringing us together here today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mika G. Conway, and I am here to make the case that merit-based hiring means hiring culturally competent people. Next slide, please. I want to quickly give credit to a few people who deserve special thanks. Dr. Chris Cullinan, whose work on cultural competence and hiring was a real light bulb moment for me. Grace Herndon, a talented designer whose graduate school proposal for an interactive public art installation to visualize a community's self-reported sense of belonging provided me with visual inspiration. And Grace has generously allowed me to use these illustrations from her fascinating proposal, which I encourage you to find online. Mostly, I'm grateful to my people, my fellow Art Museum diversity officers, who, because of them, I actually know what belonging feels like. And so I'm grateful to you. Next, oh, not yet. Well, this is fine. And before I proceed, I also should state that although I'm an attorney, this presentation is for informational purposes only. None of this is legal advice or should be construed as such. Any questions about the legality of your hiring practices should be discussed with competent counsel in your jurisdiction. So I've worked in museums and arts organizations for about 30 years in roles ranging from curatorial to administrative to legal and executive leadership. And in 2020, I was part of a wave of art museums across the country that created senior-level positions dedicated to diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Museums, like other organizations, were spurred by contemporary events that made it impossible to ignore the pervasiveness and the consequences of longstanding systemic bias and inequality. And by a recognition that, as Rhonda just said, as institutions, we could do better when it comes to our audiences and our own staff, when it comes to providing a welcoming environment. And we're now in a period of backlash to those developments, where the acronym DEI is equated with illegal discrimination, and where the persistent myth that diversity and inclusion come at the expense of merit and excellence has taken deeper root. The rhetoric is that the elimination of diversity and inclusion efforts will restore merit-based opportunity. So I want to spend some time interrogating this concept of merit in the context of belonging. And my focus is on cultivating belonging internally among staff, because if museums cannot do this for their own people, there's no way, I think, that they can do it for their audiences, at least not authentically and not in the long term. So actually, none of this is specific to museums. It's just about how a culture of belonging contributes to organizational success. Next slide, please. So my argument, which is pretty basic, is that employers need culturally competent employees. Belonging matters in a merit-based world because people need to feel like they belong in order to do their best work. And organizations, which are made up of people, need those people to do their best work in order to succeed. Thus, I submit, one of the qualities that makes a job candidate, legitimately makes a job candidate meritorious, is their ability to help an organization foster a culture of belonging. So, museums embrace merit-based opportunity when they are intentional about recruiting, hiring, and retaining culturally competent staff, without whom they cannot successfully foster the environment of belonging that is necessary to achieve peak performance. No matter where you are on the ideological spectrum, the talent pool in this country is not only vast and far-flung, it is getting more and more diverse with every successive generation. You're all probably familiar with the latest Census Bureau projections that by 2045, non-Hispanic whites will cease to be a majority in the US. So simple math tells us that our workplaces will become more diverse over time, and certainly the talent that we're competing for will. In 2045, by my calculations, Gen Z will be in prime working years, and this generation has already shown that it's more likely to push its employers to be values aligned and take stances on social issues than millennials and Gen Xers before them were. Many Gen Zers are simply not going to work for organizations that they feel are not doing enough to address social issues and treat their staff with dignity. So, if we agree that workplaces are and will continue to be at least somewhat diverse, meaning they'll include people who are different from one another in all kinds of ways, we can conclude that if organizations want to be successful, they need to have employees who can successfully work across those differences. Next slide, please. Here, let me address one of the elephants in the room, the January 21st, 2025 executive order titled Ending Illegal Discrimination and Restoring Merit-Based Opportunity. Next slide, please. Which, while not defining DEI, revokes several equity-related orders of previous administrations and terminates federally funded work deemed DEI-related. Many of you are experiencing this right now. And the order also explicitly encourages the private sector to, quote, end illegal DEI discrimination and preferences, close quote. Now, understandably, many private sector entities, including museums, are wondering what does this mean and whether this mandates any kind of specific behaviors or new forms of compliance. Some private entities, in an abundance of caution, have dialed back their diversity and inclusion work or eliminated positions and departments responsible for the work, while other organizations have doubled down on DEI. I just want to make two observations about the order that inform my talk today. First, the order does not change the legal landscape with respect to federal anti-discrimination law in the employment context. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act is still the law of the land, and everything that was illegal under Title VII on January 20th is still illegal today. Conversely, nothing that was lawful under Title VII on January 20th became unlawful by virtue of this order. By its terms, the order targets only, quote, illegal discrimination, which was and still is discrimination based on race, color, sex, religion, national origin, disability, and genetic information. Nothing has changed on that front. Second, what really stands out to me about the order and related guidance from the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which issued guidance a couple of months after the order came out, is the way that they conflate DEI, which again is never defined, with race and sex preferences, and strongly imply that promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion means hiring unqualified people, all of which fundamentally misapprehends the original point of government efforts to ensure equal opportunity, or what came to be known as affirmative action. Next slide, please. Affirmative action, as the term was used in a 1961 executive order by President John F. Kennedy, was meant to ensure equal opportunity for all qualified persons without regard to race, creed, color, or national origin. So there was never any question of hiring unqualified people. Rather, there was a recognition that the doors of opportunity were not equally open, and that whatever hiring preferences might have then legally existed had led to a workforce in which people of color were significantly underrepresented, to the detriment of the nation. President Kennedy went on to say, it is in the general interest and welfare of the United States to promote its economy, security, and national defense through the most efficient and effective utilization of all available manpower. Of course, today we might say the available labor force, but the point is the same. We're not fully realizing our potential because we're not drawing on the full pool of available talent, nor are we maximizing the potential of the talent that we have. Next slide. This is not a lecture about cultural competence per se, but I will give a broad definition and form or construct what I think is a fairly straightforward chain of logic. I will share some facts to back up the premises on which this chain of logic is built, and I will make a case for structured hiring as one specific, practical, race and sex-neutral way that organizations can foster belonging. You will leave this talk as an expert in neither cultural competence nor structured hiring, but you will come away with a greater understanding of how they relate to belonging, and I hope the confidence that this work can and must be done, even in a world or in a moment that is full of anti-DEI rhetoric. As our host, Dr. Levine, said in a preparatory meeting with some of the speakers last week and reiterated in his remarks last night, no one is against belonging. However you may feel about efforts to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, this is squarely about merit as an input in organizational success. Next slide, please. There are many definitions of cultural competence out there. As a concept, it developed in the healthcare field, with practitioners seeing disparities in access to and the quality of certain healthcare services across different racial and ethnic groups, and a recognition that the better these practitioners understood themselves and the communities they served, the better outcomes they saw in providing culturally responsive care to their diverse patient populations. I like this definition from the National Association of Social Workers, because it's in plain English, and it hits the high points for purposes of today. Process. Cultural competence, like belonging, is not a static body of knowledge. It's not a list of things to say or not say. It is an ongoing process and a way of being in relation to other people who may be very different from us. Respond. Cultural competence is something that's not just known, but it's operationalized. It's not knowledge we hold in our heads as much as it is about how that awareness drives the way that we behave and interact. Respect and dignity. Cultural competence means having the skills to be curious and see every person as someone of worth, whose contributions matter regardless of their cultural background. And finally, this idea of effectiveness. In the healthcare setting or in the educational setting, for example, the benchmark is how effective are the services that are being provided? Are the outcomes being met? In any setting, I think the question is, are we performing better than we would in the absence of cultural competence? Are we better achieving our desired outcomes? Next slide. To add a couple more key points about cultural competence, it begins with self-awareness, the understanding that each of us has a culture that shapes us. It shapes our sense of self. It shapes the way that we perceive others. It shapes our norms, what we perceive to be good and bad. And culture is not synonymous with race or religion or any of the Title VII protected categories. We can also be shaped by where we grew up, where we went to school, our parenting status, our personality type, our socioeconomic status, you name it. And let me reiterate the point about the demographic shifts in this country and our ever-increasing diversity. Going forward, being successful individually and organizationally is increasingly going to depend on how authentically we can see and value each other, how effectively we can work with a wide spectrum of people to achieve shared goals. So when we're looking at what makes for a strong, i.e. meritorious candidate, we're looking not just at the technical competencies of a specific position, the scholarly or financial or marketing or engineering or pedagogical acumen that the position requires, but also the cultural competency that helps the widest spectrum of people feel that they belong and that they're invested in doing their best work. Next slide, please. So I hope on a broad level this is making sense, sort of intuitively, but I want to get a little more explicit about how belonging affects our work. And again, let's start with a definition. Next slide, please. So you've heard repeatedly, I won't belabor the point. Belonging is subjective and it's dynamic. It's a feeling people will have in a given situation or not. It's not something that lends itself to a universal definition. But we can try to describe the feeling, and this is how the Toledo Museum of Art describes it in their belonging plan. And these ideas of fitting in, of feeling safe and part of a community, of being accepted as we are pretty common across the various descriptions of belonging. Next slide, please. Belonging is linked to high performance, full stop. There are decades worth of research in the human resource management and organizational psychology fields validating the connection between belonging and high performance in the workplace. So this is nothing groundbreaking that I'm saying, this is fact. But understanding a little bit more about what the research says about this connection can help us understand where cultural competence might come into play. Next slide, please. And so much of what I'm going to say was really foreshadowed by what Rhonda and others have already said this morning. In one interview-based study, the Simmons University Institute for Inclusive Leadership identified 5 components of belonging, which I list here. And they sum it up by saying, these factors paint a clear picture of what belonging looks like. You are valued, your opinions are sought out, you're included in important decisions, you don't have to hide aspects of who you are, and you have people to collaborate with who care about you as a human being. What our research points out is that these everyday behaviors are critical for reaping the benefits of a workforce that experiences a sense of belonging at work. These everyday behaviors, this to me underscores that this is about organizational culture, the unwritten rules, patterns, and habits, the expected behaviors, the communication norms, the roles and responsibilities that define a workplace. So if cultural competence is the skill or ability to respect, value, and affirm the worth of people of all cultures, we can see how a heterogeneous group of employees is more likely to feel a sense of belonging in a culturally competent work environment. And we know from the research that some of the individual benefits of feeling this sense of belonging include being more engaged at work, and more on that in a minute, feeling a greater sense of well-being, and being more content in your position. Indeed, not feeling a sense of belonging is cited as one of the top 3 factors in a person's decision to leave their job, according to a 2021 study by McKinsey. Next slide, please. And at the institutional level, the benefits of a sense of belonging are also well documented. Much human resource management research in the past few decades has focused on employee engagement as a critical factor in organizational success. And this research not only confirms the link between belonging and engagement, but also engagement and performance, and not just a correlation between engagement and performance, but an actual causative effect. A couple of the definitions used by big players in this field are on the screen, but engagement boils down to how much employees care about the organization's success. So it should be no surprise that companies with highly engaged teams outperform companies with less engaged teams on all kinds of objective measures like productivity, profitability, customer satisfaction, employee retention. So the benefits of belonging and engagement are clear. Next slide, please. Some other factors driving employee engagement include a sense of purpose, clarity of expectation, opportunities to grow and develop, and a caring manager. And to underscore how important this last one is, the Gallup organization, which has been measuring and analyzing employee engagement for decades, has found that fully 70% of the variance in team engagement is solely attributable to the manager or the team leader. So think about what that says about what it takes to be a successful manager, and what the multiplier effect for your organization would be of having culturally competent managers. So in a best case scenario, a healthy organization, employees feel valued, included, heard, part of a team, and accepted as they are. They feel aligned with the organizational mission, they know what's expected of them, and they have a caring manager who supports their growth. They're highly engaged and they deliver bottom line results for the organization. That's the theory. Sounds great. Next slide. But in reality, there's a lot of evidence that this isn't happening. And I'm not suggesting that it's easy, but I do believe that there's more that organizations, especially nonprofits, can do. In 2022, almost half of US employees, especially the younger ones, were looking for a job or open to a new job, according to the Ipsos Workplace Belonging Survey. And the sense of belonging at work is not great. On one hand, 65% feel they do belong, but that means more than a third feel that they do not, according to the Business Wire 2024 State of Workplace Empathy Report. 65% is a D on most scales. And unfortunately, employers still underestimate how important belonging is, according to research by McKinsey. And finally, employee engagement last year was at a 10-year low, according to Gallup. Double-digit percentages of people who are actively disengaged. And probably a big reason is the fact that only 38% of those surveyed strongly agreed with this statement: somebody at work seems to care about me as a person. Now, this lack of belonging and engagement has real costs to organizations, not just the hard costs of absenteeism and turnover and lower productivity, which by some estimates total some $9 trillion in lost global GDP, but for organizations like the TMA and others who care about belonging and work it into their strategic plans and objectives, they're the soft costs of not fully achieving your mission and strategic goals. Next slide, please. So in light of all of this, how then should we look at merit? Let's start again with definitions. I love definitions. Next slide, please. Merit: the quality of deserving well or of being entitled to reward or gratitude, or claim or title to commendation or esteem, excellence, worth. In the employment context, what does merit mean? Objectively speaking, when is an employee or a candidate entitled to reward or gratitude? When do they possess excellence or worth? Next slide, please. At its simplest, an employee has merit when they perform well. There's a reason that merit pay is also called pay for performance. Merit increases are awarded based on performance. A prospective hire has merit when they possess the knowledge, skills, and abilities to perform the job that they're applying for. Nothing surprising about this. In other words, merit can be measured by the fact of delivering or the potential to deliver high performance. Now, ideally, a job will have a clearly defined set of duties and expectations with objective performance indicators tied to the achievement of organizational outcomes, so that everyone can tell whether or not the duties are being performed well. And maybe more importantly, so that the employee can see how their work matters to the organization. Next slide, please. This kind of alignment extends to values and culture. In preparing for this talk, I read a really interesting article in the Harvard Business Review on the topic of high potentials and how companies, whether openly or behind the curtain, identify and cultivate the employees that they see as the most talented, the most meritorious, the most worthy of investment. And whatever we may think or know about how fairly or transparently or bias-free the processes are for identifying high potentials, the traits that these employees tend to have in common overlap, in my opinion, with the cultural competence traits that we've discussed. For example, open-mindedness and a spirit of exploration, the empathy and perceptiveness to read a room, and most interestingly to me, this idea of a catalytic learning capability that combines a relentless drive not just to learn, but then to deploy that learning in the service of results. And this combination of learning and action is key both to this idea of high potential and cultural competence. So, if your organizational culture truly values inclusion and belonging, it would make sense that your high potentials, i.e. your most meritorious employees, would behave in ways that reflect those values. Next slide, please. So again, National Association of Social Workers definition. As we look at it now through the lens of how belonging drives engagement, which drives performance, we can see why cultural competence, I hope we can see why cultural competence should be seen as a predictor of performance and thus a marker of merit. It's an essential but often overlooked part of the foundation on which a successful organization is built. Next slide, please. So hiring for merit means hiring someone who will do the job well. And the idea that culturally competent employees will do a better job makes the most sense if everyone's clear about what doing a better job means. And we could do a whole other session on how museums could do better at identifying their unique value proposition, setting out the outcomes they want to achieve, tying individual position duties to the achievement of those outcomes. But I think it's safe to say that all rational organizations want to perform well, however they measure it, which means that they need employees to perform well. And we can all benefit from taking a merit-based approach to hiring. So, next slide, please. What does that look like? If cultural competence is an essential job qualification, how do we go about ensuring that our recruitment and hiring processes are eliciting candidates with that qualification or with any other qualification that we deem essential? And here I'm going to switch. I'm sorry if you thought this was going to be an object lesson in how to hire culturally competent staff. It's really more about the general idea of structured hiring. So structured hiring, which helps to mitigate bias in the hiring process by rigorously validating each job's qualifications, that is, the essential knowledge, skills, and abilities required for a particular job, and designing a process that surfaces those qualifications, removes as much subjectivity as possible, and evaluates candidates based on their relevant skills and behaviors, not on the evaluator's feelings or opinions. So on the slide, these are just some of the most common items that you'll see on a structured hiring checklist. I'm not going to go into this in depth. There are many, many resources and guides out there on this from people far more authoritative than I, including, I'm sure, in your own human resources departments, on how to create a fair, consistent, and aligned process for recruiting and interviewing. And this is especially important, I would argue, when it comes to hiring managers and supervisors, who are best positioned to foster belonging and who, in many ways, are in a position to make or break an individual employee's experience of the workplace. Next slide, please. So, at the risk of repeating myself one more time, the need to work effectively with people who are different from us has never been greater. Organizations need culturally competent employees, especially in managerial positions. Every hire is an opportunity to improve belonging, engagement, and organizational performance. There are well-established, easily available, and legally sound best practices for merit-based structured hiring. Merit-based hiring is hiring for cultural competence, and we should not be afraid to embrace it. Thank you. Do we do questions? So I think we're running a little ahead of schedule, and I can take some questions if you have any. Or not. Enjoy the extra time. All right, thank you. Oh. Thank you for that question. Yes, I did not get into that. But obviously, part of this is not just, focusing on the hiring process, but absolutely, that goes hand in hand with developing your existing staff, inclusive leadership training, but investing in those managers and giving your staff the opportunity to build and develop those cultural competence skills. Absolutely, that's an essential part of it too. And then there's, organizational cultural competence, which also is going to extend to your policies and your structures and just the whole ecosystem of the organization and how it operates. So not just individual skills, but also organizational infrastructure. Yeah. Any other? Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mika. And we'd also like to take a moment to congratulate Mika G. Conway on her new position, which we didn't announce at the beginning of her presentation, as the Senior Counsel at Art Converge. Congratulations. And thank you. So we very much believe in wellness, especially standing, walking around, taking a little break. I always wondered in school how they could expect me to sit there and pay attention for so long. So we are going to take a 10-minute break. Enjoy this time. Have a tour around the glass pavilion. Go outside. Be back however far you can go, but be back in 10. Okay? Or or just stay and sit. Thank you so much. So now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you also an area artist, and we're going to be talking about other local artists throughout the day today. A member of our staff, Jessica Mack. She is our programs outreach manager. I am probably biased, but Jessica has transformed so many different aspects of this museum with the work that she and her team do. I'm not going to steal her thunder. I'm going to let her tell you all about it, but the heart of the museum is what I like to call her. So please welcome Jessica Mack.
Good morning, everybody. How are we today? Oh, we had shorter people at the microphone earlier. So today, I am going to be talking to you about our transition to active outreach. And it says I'm going to talk about engaging the 60-plus audiences, which we do a lot of. But I also feel it is incredibly important to talk about all of the other outreach efforts that we do, so I'll be going beyond that scope as well. Plus, I love to break the rules, So for those of you that are not familiar with our program, we have been working, honestly, we've had a long-standing outreach program over the years. But in the last 2 to 3 years, it has become a very large program. And our current community outreach program does focus on access to art-making experiences, and these are all free to the communities around the 2-mile radius of the Art Museum and to the east side of Toledo. I am happy to say over the last 2 years, because we have had such success in these areas, we are starting to broaden it past that 2-mile radius. And we work with lots of different places. I see some people that we work with today. We work with our libraries, community centers, Toledo Public Schools, LMH Housing, our senior centers. The list goes on. And the big thing with this was we were noticing a certain audience coming into the museum, and we really wanted to make sure that we were making access and providing all of these services for our entire community. So our objective was to go out, create these relationships with our community so that then in turn they would come back to us. And I can say, through numbers, it has been a wild success over the last 2 years. I always like to include our mission and values that are part of TMA and the core of TMA, because I believe that our outreach program hits every single one of these. Community outreach at TMA embodies our mission and values every single day, and there's not a lot of places that can say that, and so I'm very proud to include this in all of my presentations so that you can see what we are doing daily. So I'm going to move on to our Vitality Arts program at the Toledo Museum of Art. I think I'm missing a slide, so I am going to go back a little bit. I do have a staff of 7 that works for the museum. For the outreach program, I have 3 teaching artists that work full-time. I have a community glass engagement employee who works full-time, and then I also have 3 assistants, so 7 people that are out there every single day working with the community, and one of our huge programs is our Vitality Arts program. So we work with 5 different senior centers every single week. Every week we are at these senior centers. So we work with Zablocki Senior Center, Mayore Senior Center, Senior Centers Inc., East Toledo Senior Center, and J. Frank Troy Senior Center. It started off where we were doing 6 classes a year that were 8 sessions, and they were 90 minutes long. We were working in things like sculpture, painting. We were working with we've done pop-up books, puppet making. What was really interesting about this is that when we first started with our senior community, there was a lot of hesitation. They were not sure that they wanted to learn any new skills. They weren't sure, even the ones that had those art making skills previously, they were not sure they would be able to do them now. There were some dexterity issues. And also, we were coming right off of COVID. And so really just coming back out in the community was tough. So we worked with the Area Office on Aging, and we started these partnerships with these 5 senior centers. What is beautiful about the outreach program is instead of expecting people to come to us here at the museum, we go to them. And I have my teaching artists with their Stanleys and all of their things, and they pack up all those art supplies and roll them to these centers, and we were able to start working with them there. You can see at the top picture my glass artists. We were working with fused glass. We were doing tours here. We were working with fibers. And as we continued to go, what was great was we would just kind of house up in their community area, and people would be watching what we were doing, and quickly enthusiasm and interest started to pick up. We now have waiting lists for every single class. We have people in the community that are starting to join these senior centers to participate in this class, and we are now currently starting to work with different senior centers. We were just over at Fulton County doing a paper mural with their senior center. We are also working on bringing some people in for tours in the glass pavilion and glass demonstrations. We also have a mobile glass blowing unit, the Ellie the Baby Dragon, and we have brought that over to do some glass blowing with these seniors as well. So to offer these kind of experiences is something that most of them would never dream of. So it's really been a beautiful process with these seniors. We have been working more to secure this. This was at first just a year-long grant. We are now in year 2 with this program, and I'm happy to report that not only did we secure some more funding for the next 2 years, we're also working on a 5-year plan. So with that, yes, thank you. I've always said to people that you can take a team and you can go out once a week for an hour and a half and you can do an art class. But this is so much more than that. My team is going out there, I'm going out there. This is a family now. We have created a family with this community. I have seniors that come up to me and they are saying, Thursday is my favorite day. This is what I look forward to. I look forward to your team coming. We just had a participant that was in the hospital, very sick, and she was determined. She was coming into class. She was coming into class. I sat down with her and talked to her, but it was like she had a puppet to make. She was making Elphaba from Wicked. And so we were packing up supplies and sending it home with her. So to see that enthusiasm coming into this program, that's where we know this isn't just an hour and a half. This is so much more than that. Which leads me into our Vitality Art Show. So any of you that may have visited August into December last year, we took over the education halls across the street in the Green Building, and we took all of the art projects that we did with this community and we put it on display. We had 316 works of art displayed. Again, trying to sell this for the first time was not easy. We really had, am I going to get my art back? I'm not sure I want to do this. I'm not sure this is good enough to hang up on the wall. And so it took some convincing, but we were able to collect a lot of art. And by the time we got to the show, they were still trying to give me things the day of. And it's like, no, sorry, there's a bit more to this process. So we had just opened this up to our participants and their guests, and we ended up with 250 people coming into the opening, which was fabulous. Thank you. Again, and this just really speaks to the impact that we're making on this, and I loved seeing it. They were so excited to sit there and see that they had artwork hanging up not only in an art museum, the one that is ranked #1 in USA Today, and so this was really a great way to see it. And we are going to be having another show coming up in September, and they're already just throwing pieces at us. They are ready to go. It's a lot more exciting for us. We've seen it, they've seen it. So it's really encouraged also the participation in the class and the time taken on these projects. You're starting to see them really putting a lot more time and care into their projects because they know they'll be here at the museum. So the next thing we're going to move on to is our teen community. So as most of you know, when you work with youth in the community, there's a sweet spot, that kindergarten to 5th grade. That is so easy to get participants. They are excited, they are ready to go, and then that 5th grade hits and participation goes shoo. I'm sure every single person in this room has experienced that. So we're trying to figure out a way to engage our teens. We work with McClinton Nunn Homes that is down the street, and we also have some teens over at the library and other community centers that we work with. And we had tried out a fashion class as a way to engage some of those students, and we were starting to get it. So what was great about this is we partnered with another local entrepreneur, and he came in and we worked on a sneaker class. One of the interesting things that we learned about this was the very first class that we offered, we had about 6 kids show up. And I'm thinking, 6 kids, when we have an opening for 20, it's a free pair of sneakers. They get to design it every way they want to. What are we doing wrong? So we explored the collection, and we asked them to kind of design the sneaker based on something in the collection, and they got a coloring sheet to do that. The very next class, I had 1 kid show up. And again, I couldn't figure out what was happening. And I learned that often people will come in and say, we're going to do this fun class, this fun sneaker class, or whatever. This is not a new idea. And they color a coloring page. They never see a sneaker. So that day that my 1 child showed up to participate, we had the sneakers. And he was painting. And he loved it because he had the attention of 3 of my staff. And he was enjoying every single moment of it. And the very next week, we not only had the 6 that started, but 3 more. And the next class, we had another one. And by the last class, I was still running to Dick's Sporting Goods to get 1 more shoe because it was like, I am going to get every kid that I possibly can into this class. And so it really was kind of a lesson in, first of all, backing up your promises. This is the way to gain the trust of our community. If we're going to say we're going to do something, we better do it, and we better do it good. And also to, really figure out what engages them. What is it going to be? We can't do the same things that get a kindergartner excited. We can't pull out some simple collage. We have to bring in something that is going to speak to that demographic. So I'm happy to report that we also did another sneaker class that just ended a few months ago. It was also very successful, and we started with a very large group and continued with that group the whole entire time. So. One of the other groups that we work with, and this has been a long-standing partnership long before this community outreach program existed, is working with the Juvenile Justice Center. So we work with youth. They come in every single Tuesday, just right here over at that hot shop, and we teach these children how to blow glass. And this is an opportunity that I think everyone wants. It's not an easy one to sign up for as well. Glass blowing is expensive. This isn't something that just everyone can sign up for. And so to offer this opportunity, what has been really great is they come in, and the ones that come in consistently are back there just running the show in the hot shop. They are walking, they know what they're doing. And what's great about this is you're showing them something that they can later turn into a career. They can take that creativity, they can turn it into a career. I spent my whole entire life, when I knew I wanted to be an artist in 2nd grade, I was told, you can't make a career out of that. Then I was told you need to go in and be an art instructor if you want to make a career out of this, which I did. And guess what? I have only taught in the schools 1 year. I've been able to make a career out of being an artist, and so has my team. So we're able to show these children that there is a way to take these interests, take this creativity, and turn it into something that you can turn into a career. We also work with our blacksmithing studios, and they have been doing a lot of metal work, blacksmithing, which we've also kind of put together with the glass blowing. And now we are also rolling out a stained glass class that we will be doing, and some more flat glass. So as it continues to be more successful, we are able, because the other part about this is we can only have about 6 students in for glass blowing. So with these other opportunities, you are able to bring in more students. So we have about 10 signed up for the next class, which is great. Another great thing is our partnership with Toledo Public Schools. When I started, we were only working with a couple, and it has grown and continues to grow. We worked with Scott High School, and we also worked with Waite High School, which are schools right around the corner from here. We brought our baby dragon in, and we were blowing glass with those students all week. They were able to sign up and do something. And what was really great is at Waite High School, we worked with their welding class, and they were able to make a cage of some sort in their class, and then we were able to take their glass and blow it into the cage. This was just a couple of weeks ago. So we had some that made jellyfish, that made vases, all kinds of really creative. A welder's mask was one of them that we made. So it was really, really interesting and amazing to take what they were doing in their class and adding the glass to it. They were also able to make smaller projects as well. And then right after that, we headed over to Jones Junior High, where we were able to work with the 8th grade students over there as well. We are also working with a lot of their STEM classes right now and adding the A to STEM and making it STEAM, which is so exciting. Thank you. Yes. So we have been working with a lot of their staff over there. We rolled out a few classes where we were making robots that drew on paper, and then turning it in that paper that the robot made into different magnets and pendants and things like that. We also did some metal etching with them. We also have worked with their 3D printer. They made an alien Martian colony, and we were able to help them paint those. So it's really incredible to be going in there and working with that group and adding that little A to it, because it is also important. And then again, a lot of the other ones, we've gone and worked sometimes on one-off events, but most of them, we definitely go around through the year, spend some time with them. Escuela Smart Academy is another one that we are often at, working with their students there, where we will go to their class and then in turn bring them over for a family night over at the museum. We also have a partnership with Wayman Palmer YMCA. This has a significant importance to me because at one time I was part of the YMCA staff and worked with everyone over there. And Wayman Palmer was always so important to me. Those of you locally that know, it's a very big deal. They just opened their brand new facility that they have been in desperate need of for years, and it even has a pool, which is super exciting. That's opening next month. So when we started at Wayman, we had no participants at all. We would show up with our art, and we would watch a few kids walk into the gym to play basketball, but that was it. So what's nice is that I have those connections there. We started working in their family fun nights, and we would bring in our art classes. We started with glass, because glass is always the showstopper. We brought that in, and they were able to make glass pieces, and from then on, they were ours. We made those connections with that group. And what's really, really great is now that the new facility is open and we've hosted some classes there, the participation has definitely gone up, and we are seeing more participants with our class there. So again, this is just a really, really important partnership to me. That's a personal thing, and I just love seeing the new facility there. We also work with the Glass City Metro Park. Glass City Metro Park is the newer one of our parks that is in downtown Toledo. We go there in the summer. We work there on Mondays, and every single Monday we provide their art classes for several groups that come in. What's really beautiful about this partnership is that a lot of the kids that come in for these parks are ones that we already work with. They're ones that we worked with at Grace Community Center, ones that we've worked with ATZ partnerships, and so they come in for a week at the parks, a week full of camp, and then we get to come in and do the art classes. And those are usually nature-based. We always try to do something that's kind of combining that. We've created paintbrushes out of like leaves and grass and things and found objects. So that's been a really, really fun partnership as well. And we are starting to, that was all last summer, and we're starting to prepare for our week with Glass City Metro Parks that is coming up starting in June. We also have a fabulous partnership with YWCA. The YWCA is a domestic violence shelter here. That's why you see a picture of our lovely staff, because we are very protective over the participants that are there. But we go in and we try to make things to liven up the space. Most people there are there for about 60 days. And so we like to make things that are easy to travel, and also just to kind of brighten up those walls in their rooms. And a lot of it is going to be one day like a make and take type of thing, because we often don't see them again when we come back. That has been a valuable partnership. We can go in, this is again where we really talk about pivoting. We can go in sometimes and it can just be all the moms that are in there, and we're doing more of a group with older women, and then we come back the next time and it's full of kids. So we always have to make a project that is conducive and can work for all age groups. But this has been very, very successful. We are actually they're in the middle of some very, very big renovations, but once that is done, we're hoping to go there more often and trying to do that about twice a month. We also work with several local churches. Specifically, First Alliance Church, which is right across the street. We work with Pinewood Tabernacle Church, and we also started a partnership with Rosary Cathedral, and those are all literally a block away from here. So we have been working with our after-school programs mostly, and again, just bringing in our glass work, our mixed media, and it's been a really, really good way to connect. And a lot of the kids that we see here, we're also seeing at the schools that we go to as well. So we'll see a lot of them kind of popping up in various places that we go to. We also work closely with Grace Community Center. This community center is really, really incredible. They have a fabulous community garden. We see a lot of places with community gardens, but this one is one that thrives. They work very hard at it, and then they feed the community throughout the summer. Every single week they'll have everything that they have grown and harvested, and they will have it out for people to come pick up. One of the great things that we were able to do is work on their beautification project of the garden. We were able to paint benches for them. We were able to paint some of the things that were outside. We also were able to get a playhouse, and that was one of the pictures that I wanted to highlight here. We had a playhouse. The children were able to design it, and they were able to draw pictures of what they wanted included, and then we took that, put it inside the playhouse so that they could paint it. Every single child that was there was able to put paintbrush to that wall at some point. Of course, we went in, cleaned it up, outlined it and all of those things. And you can also see the tree there. They each added their handprint as the leaves to fill in that tree. We've also been working a lot with community partner murals. This has been really, really exciting. It started with Senior Centers, Inc. that is highlighted here. They are directly across the street, and they just celebrated their 50th birthday this past summer. They often have Ramona Collins, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with her, come in and do a concert for any of their special events. They had a stage, but it was a very, very sad stage, and Ramona refused to get on that stage because it was mainly storage. It was dusty, it was crusty, it needed some TLC. So Shelly, our dear friend over at Senior Centers Inc. said, can you please come over and figure out a way to make this stage fit for a queen like Ramona Collins? And we were happy to help. So they really wanted kind of a 70s theme, and they also wanted it to be kind of have that integration of outreach specifically. So it was highlighting the partnership between TMA and Senior Centers Inc. And so the seniors helped us design this. We went and drew, and it was the same thing as the Playhouse at Grace Community Center. They were able to come in. We got about 20 pizzas, fed them, and then we got to work and started painting the walls. This has led into a lot of other community partner murals. Like I said, we went over to Fulton County. We did a beautiful paper mural that will be installed next week. And this is just a good way to put our stamp on things, to highlight what we're doing, and also to include everyone in this. They loved it. They signed all of their names in that flower that Carolyn is signing right now. And Carolyn, by the way, that is the one who has to come in. It doesn't matter if she's just fresh out of the hospital. She will be in class. So, and again, she will be there painting that mural. So again, as I told you, we really highlighted on the 2 mile, we really focused on the 2 mile radius, but obviously there is still a need in Toledo and the surrounding areas. And so that's where the community events come in. We really try to participate in any community events throughout the city as a way to bring some really great projects. And again, we're bringing printmaking, we're bringing rock painting, we're bringing these really cool mystery box kits where we fill these boxes with all kinds of different supplies, and they can create them right on site. So we're really trying to provide those unique art making experiences everywhere we go. Last year, we were able to, this year have already served 6,569 people. Our fiscal year ends here July 1, so I'm very excited to see what those numbers are as we hit the end of our fiscal year. So again, I wanted to kind of show you like the reach of our outreach. And kind of just see those numbers of participants. And again, this is just for 1 year. This was for last year, so July 1 of 23 into 24. We were really, Vitality Arts, again, is a very big one. This is where we're going every single week to 5 centers. We also, our general outreach, our community centers, but it really, when you see the numbers and where we are really impacting the community, it's nice to see. And I will say also that our participation and our attendance at the museum has gone up tremendously. We are always checking with zip codes when visitors come in, and we are really seeing a very, I think Adam said something crazy like 450% up with our 2 mile radius in visitation. So, and that's a direct, that's coming from all of the work that we're doing out there. This is breaking it down by zip code as well. There is our fabulous dragon wagon that carries Ellie, the baby dragon. We love to bring our truck around and highlight it throughout the city, and my fabulous staff that's behind me. So next, we have our STEM classes for sure that I've already talked about. I'm also working very closely with Cherry Street Mission. I would like to, we've already been in talks to figure out how we can go there and do some classes like we do at the YWCA. And, any other need that we can. What's been great is even last night, just being able to network at Toll House and meet everybody and see where can we fit in here. And I do want to say, just from what I've shown you today, this is with places where we have a regular cadence. This is not places that we're going once or twice. That could fill a whole calendar in itself. So I think that it's just really important to highlight how much of an impact we're making on this city, how large of a program this really is. We are out here every single day, going to different centers, going to different places, and every single team member is out at least once or twice a day, which is really, really incredible and something that you don't see. We're also very lucky to be able to have the funding to continue to do all of these things and to continue making an impact. So I have often said, this is my dream job, and I truly mean it. That is not me brown-nosing. None of my bosses are here right now, so I'm saying this completely from the heart. I knew in second grade that I wanted to be an art teacher, and that's what I was going to do. And that came from taking a class here, getting a scholarship, and taking a class at this art museum. And right then and there, I knew my teacher had given me that scholarship because I was so talented, and I needed to spread my talent throughout the city, and I was going to be an art teacher. Also, community service has been a huge part of my life. I grew up at St. Paul's Lutheran Church on Erie Street, and I have been a part of this particular community since I was young. And so to take those two passions, to put them together and be able to do it every single day, and then to have a team of 7 who have that same passion about both things, it is really hard not to have a successful program. Because we love what we do. We go out there every single day. We have a passion for it. We have fun. And this has truly been the best job. And it is such an honor to lead this team and to lead this program. And I thank you so much for listening to me share this.
I love Jessica. We all love Jessica. Jessica is very humble, but her leadership matters here. We have actively done transition to active outreach, which is one of our strong objective really missions here. So education department, and some museums don't have an education department, so we're very lucky that we have one with a long history here. And it's really about not crossing the threshold into the museum, but building trust in the community, us going out, building the trust so that they can feel comfortable coming back in. And now there's a lot of high fives going on because they know us, because we've been in the community. And Jessica and her team of 7 have been rock stars in the community because they know that they really do care about the museum. So it's just been amazing. And she's right with that stat. In the 2-mile radius, which is our goal, we're kind of in the middle. We see houses over here. We're in the middle of neighborhoods. But in the 2-mile radius, we've identified 5 very underserved or untapped, I like to say, marginalized neighborhoods, and they're completely different. Many of you who live in Toledo will know the Junction Inglewood neighborhood, the East Side, the South End. They're completely different in demographic. But one of the things they share in common is the unemployment that happens in those communities, the unemployment. A lot of them just would say, we did a listening session, and they said, we can't afford the museum. We love it. We love that it's #1. We love that we have a world-class museum, but we just can't afford to go. Well, since our opening in 1912 and our founding in 1901, we've never charged to get in. So we said, oops, we have an engagement issue here. We have lack of information. And they also mentioned things that you would probably think, like museums have been looked upon as elitist institutions. Let's just call a spade a spade. And so they said we wouldn't have the right clothes to wear. Or they would say in our listening session results, we don't have the transportation. Or just because you're free to get in, if they did know that, they'd say you still charge for parking. And so $8 to $10 is steep for my family of four. So through a generous donation just this January, I'm very pleased to announce that we now are completely free, no parking charge at all. And for those of you who are from other communities, that is the beauty of this Midwestern city. We have philanthropy is on 10 with certain families here. They believe in the cultural institutions and anchor institutions here. That donation was pretty generous. So we went from $10 for parking to absolutely zero. And guess what that did? Our attendance is like, I was like, what are all these people doing here? Oh, they're coming to the museum. That's what they're supposed to do, right? And we're finding also, Jessica works with all kinds of populations, but we're finding a lot more young people coming to the museum. So we are definitely, we always say that we are not all about being so data driven, because we can get obsessed with data. We're data informed. That's the term that we like to say. We're data informed. So we do keep records in our visitor services of who's coming, what zip codes they're coming from, whatever information they want to give. But just visually, we've seen more young people because it's more affordable. So just hats off, Jessica, to all that you're doing. That was an incredible presentation. Thank you. Just a few housekeeping items before I introduce our next presenter, and then after him, it is lunchtime, and we'll come back and tell you about that. But these are on the table, these little coupons, and these are 10% off of any museum store purchase. And we've set up a pop-up shop from our store right in the corridor, in the hallway. So please take advantage of this. It cannot be original works of art, correct, Libby? Not original works of art, but anything else. And we try to really tailor the store to have items of belonging, so themes. But there's also a TMA store in the Green Building, the main museum across the street, where this is good as well. So please take advantage of that. And Libby, my project co-lead here, will be coming around shortly, and now, she said now, so hurry up and fill these out. So this will be after lunch, our power hour break. I go to a lot of conferences, and sometimes you just sit all day and they don't give you breaks. I'm like, we're having a lot of breaks, and we're having power hour and sip and shop and retail therapy, and we're doing it all, right? So you can enjoy and then learn as well. So please, these do have capacity. So we have a collage activity that'll be happening here after lunch. Docent-led tours here. This is a glass gallery, galleries that we have here, but there's also, what are they called? About Me, Libby? Is it Ask Me?
They're Ask Me docents.
Yeah.
These are people with big red badges that you'll see across the street. Those are docents, and if you have a question,
Ask Me docents, they're called. So she said they're Ask Me docents, and what they do, they don't take you on a guided tour, but they can answer any question about the collection. And then there's an artist talk in the community gallery that we mentioned in the Green Building across the street with Chris Chili Rodriguez. Many of you know him. He's a street artist. It is a fabulous community gallery exhibition, and that is the only gallery in our museum where artists can actually make money. So we have a 60-40 agreement with the artists based on what they make. And we have our own Jennifer Cantley Wave. She's our community gallery manager. Thank you, Jennifer, for all that you do. Next, I'm going to introduce another rock star. Yeah, you are a rock star. I think we actually met because of the DEAI space that we operated, and we just started kind of sending messages back and forth about everything in this world that we're operating in DEI. But Dr. Maurice A. Stinnett, he has done it all. And the QR code in your booklet will point to his full bio, but I'm just going to do some highlights because I'm trying to flex a little bit that I know good people. So one of the things that I'm fangirling over is the fact that he was chairman of the World Leadership Program White House initiative under President Barack Obama. Yes. He's a global leadership, strategic planning, organizational transformation, and inclusion and equity expert. Most recently, he served as the former global head of DEI at Warner Music Group. I want to make a record. Let's talk after this, a spoken word record or something. But he is really going to be talking to us before lunch about, are organizations really truly committed to belonging? That's a heavy loaded question because remember post-George Floyd, we were all doing statements on our websites and we didn't know what to do. We didn't have a blueprint and we were doing plans and putting it up on websites. But he's going to talk a little bit about his own personal experience, but also answering that question, are they really truly committed? Dr. Maurice A. Stinnett.
As she's fixing the computer, good morning, everybody. Can we, I like when I present, I like to keep a little energy up. So why don't we put our hands together for Rhonda and Libby and an amazing. If you can hear me clearly in the back, can you hear me clearly in the back? I like to move around, but I don't want to be stuck behind that podium. Okay.
I don't know if our friends online can hear you.
Let me get back up here where I belong. Okay.
There's a whole bunch of handheld microphones.
I'm going to have my notes too. I don't want to mess up anything. Let me get to where I belong, okay? Thank you so much. My great-grandfather was a Baptist preacher family, and so I would like a little call and response. If I say something that resonates with you, say something back to me, okay? Put your hands together one more time on that. And he would often say, "Blessed are the brief, for they shall be asked back." So I'm not going to be long to be strong, all right? So here we go. But I wanted to tell Rhonda and Libby, thank you for the tremendous job that you have done and for the wonderful opportunity to be here. Let's get right into the conversation, family. The black and bold and beautiful, brilliant artist Nina Simone said, "An artist's duty, as far as I'm concerned, is to reflect the times." An artist's duty, as far as I'm concerned, is to reflect the times. So then I have to ask a question. As we're gathered in this beautiful museum full of art, culture, creativity, and expression, I can't help but to ask, what are the times that we live in? What are those times? I want you to touch your neighbor and say, what are the times? What are the times? We're going to be interactive here. What are the times? What are the times? We're going to be a little interactive. Get warm and fuzzy. What are the times? What are the times that we're living in? Where there has been executive orders to defund programs and organizations associated with DEI, the times that we live in, cutting funding to museums and cultural institutions that were seen as promoting political correctness or social justice. That's the times that we live in. What times are we living in that social justice is a threat? Fairness is an enemy. Racism doesn't really exist anymore. Equity and equality are unnecessary, and inclusion initiatives that make straight white men uncomfortable need to be abolished. What times are we living in? Touch your neighbor one more time and say, what times are we living in? Well, I'm reminded in thinking of these times from the bowels of a Birmingham jail, 1963. Dr. Martin Luther King picks up his pen after a bunch of clergymen had slipped him a note and said, "Martin, you're moving too fast. You're doing too much. Change doesn't happen that quickly." He responded in the margins of that note, he said, "We are tied together in the single garment of destiny. We're caught in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one affects us all directly and indirectly." He said, "For some strange reason, I can't be everything that I ought to be unless you are free to be everything that you should be." He said, "That's just how the universe seemed to have made it." The interconnectedness right now is vital. Understanding and remembering our interconnectedness. As we face this world of all of this uncertainty, we must remember our interconnectedness. Now, I must pause to say that it has been deafening, the silence of the indifference of the so-called progressives. Woke colleagues during this time leads me to believe that they have lost their testicular fortitude to speak truth to power. It bothers me. It's problematic where I see performative symbolism. I would be remiss if we didn't all understand that everybody that wore the D didn't go to the voting booth and voted for the black woman. Everybody knows that. So we're dealing with some precarious times for the black woman. When we look at this idea of separateness, we have to encounter and deal with this fundamental error that has plagued humanity. You see, in essence, it's our primordial mistake. It's if you're theologically inclined, it is our original sin. This idea of separateness, this belief that we are separate allows us to treat others in ways that we would not want to be treated ourselves, fostering an environment of inequality, disrespect, and dehumanization. Yeah, dehumanization. This is all done, family, by the process of othering. This concept of separateness leads us to the notion of othering. Now, what is othering? I'm glad you asked me that. Othering is the process of perceiving or treating a person or groups fundamentally different from ourselves, creating a us versus them dichotomy. What does this often lead to? This leads to stereotypes, discrimination, and dehumanization. I say dehumanization again because when I was at Princeton, I had to write a paper on the anatomy of racism. And I had concluded that it was the dehumanization of the African that allowed the white folks to sear their consciousness and of all the atrocities they were placing upon the bodies during that slavery period in time in history. How could they still go to worship and still proclaim themselves to be holy, wholesome, good, clean people? They had to dehumanize, so they had to other these individuals. It's important. Let's unpack this idea of othering. Touch your neighbor and say othering, othering, othering. Touch them right there, say othering. What does othering do? If you're taking notes, here's number one. What does othering do? Number one, identity formation. Othering, it helps individuals define their own identity by contrasting themselves with those they consider different. Identity formation. Othering, it does number two, social exclusion. It leads to the marginalization of groups based on race, ethnicity, gender, religion, or sexual orientation. Number three, power dynamics. It reflects existing power imbalances, enabling dominant groups to maintain their status by subjugating those who they deem as other. And number four, cultural representation. In literature and in media, othering often manifests through the portrayal of marginalized groups in ways that reinforce negative stereotypes. That's othering. If you're taking notes again, I said identity formation, social exclusion, power dynamics, cultural representation. So where did we get this concept of othering from? Well, the term othering is rooted in social theory and has been discussed across sociology and anthropology for quite some time. It highlights the social and psychological and cultural mechanisms that create division between people, and it leads to conflict and equality. Again, the original sin is the belief in separateness, and this is reinforced by the process of othering. So let's recap. Thus far, I have talked about the original sin, which is the idea of separateness, that is reinforced by othering. Then I broke down the origins of othering and how it plays out within society by individuals and groups of people. Now let's transition to organizations. What are organizations? What are organizations, family? Well, organizations, let's remember my topic, are organizations truly committed to belonging. What are organizations? Organization is a structured group of individuals who come together to achieve specific goals or objectives. Organizations can take various forms, you know that, including business, nonprofit, government, bodies, social groups, etc. Organizations may operate in various sectors such as education, healthcare, community service, and they're guided by policies and procedures. But if we boil that down, family, organizations, turn to your neighbor and say, an organization is a structured group of individuals. That's all it is a structured group of individuals. An organization is a structured group of individuals. Hear me clearly. So then when we look at this and we see organizations as groups of people, organizations then are made up of diverse individuals, right? Each department and team has a collective effort and contributes to the overall fabric. These organizations are living entities and shaped by the unique dynamics of their members. However, within these groups, we must remember that each person, each human, holds their own stories, experiences, and identities. And each human has their own traumas, insecurities, fears, biases, proclivities that they bring to the organization. Okay? Every organization is comprised of individuals. Every individual has their unique story and has their unique trauma, has their unique baggage that they bring to the experience. Individuals are humans, just simply humans. Now, what is a human? What does it mean to be human? Humans are these complex beings, loving and amazing, yes, no doubt, but sometimes messy and mean and hateful. They are extremely creative and dynamic and also very destructive. Humans. Each of us carry this propensity to other if we haven't done the work on ourselves to deal with the deep-rooted issues. Did you hear what I just said? You can put your hands on that. Each of us carry within us the propensity to other if we have not recognized and done the work within ourselves. Recognizing our shared humanity allows us to support one another, fostering a deeper sense of belonging as we travel along this wild and crazy journey called life. So what have we learned? Here again, I'm going to break this back. Here we've learned thus far. So we learned that organization, simply put, is nothing more than structured groups of individuals, number one. And an organization consists of individuals who bring their complexities and issues to the office every day. Number two, individual issues and problems do not stop at the door of the organization. The organization structured is gathering these diverse individuals trying to achieve a common goal. Now watch this. But the organization and the system and the structure can often exacerbate these internal issues that individuals are dealing with. Organizations can oftentimes exacerbate those traumas, triggers those issues that we as individuals are dealing with. There's some stuff that's going to get in the way. Say stuff. S-T-U-F-F, stuff. There's some stuff that actually triggers some of the trauma within individual stuff. Stress within the organization can trigger the worst parts of you to manifest themselves. Stress can cause you to be suspicious. Stress can cause you not to collaborate. Stress can cause you to be exclusive. Stress pushes on some trauma and triggers. That's the S. T, time. Feeling like you're crunched and pressed up against the wall because you don't have enough time. The tyranny of time. You're anxious, and that anxiety pushes the worst out of you. You see the worst in others. Uncertainty. When you're uncertain of your skills, skills, you're second guessing my skills. When you're uncertain of your intellect, you're second guessing my intellect. Uncertainty pushes the worst out of some of us. F, fatigue. When you're tired, you're not thinking straight. You're exhausted. You're tired from home life. You're tired from work life. You're saying things and not processing and not filtering. And the last F, fear. When you're just afraid. I don't know what to say. I don't know what's the right way or the wrong way. I don't want to be accused of being this or that. I don't know what to say. I'm simply afraid. The stuff, S-T-U-F-F, exacerbates the issues deep within yourself, within the organization. And it exacerbates these issues, leading to toxicity that becomes normalized in organizations and creating a hostile, unsafe, and unwelcoming organizational environment. So what have we learned? Let's take a break. To this point, the idea of separateness that is reinforced by the process of othering, the origins of othering and how humans acted out. An organization is a structured group of individuals. Individuals are nothing more than humans. Humans are complex and have their own personal issues. The stuff of an organization can exacerbate, trigger trauma, unhealed parts of individuals, creating an alienating, toxic environment. So I'm supposed to be talking about belonging. How does this all connect to belonging? In a diverse group of complex individuals, achieving belonging first requires what I've learned in my years of work and leading groups in 40 countries around the globe for the common mission. The first thing that is required is what I like to call a shared understanding of the definition. Oftentimes we use words and we think that everybody has the same definition for that meaning, that word, and it's vastly different. So what is the shared understanding of belonging? You see, everyone approaches this concept differently based on their upbringing and experiences. Therefore, it's crucial for organizations to establish a shared definition of belonging. So for today, for this class, family, I brought our definition. Is that all right? Belonging is broadly defined as the human emotional need to be a part of a group or a community. According to psychologists, belonging is fundamental to our human need and experience. So here we are, belonging is this need to be a part of a group and a community, and it's fundamental to who we are as humans. This leads us to a critical realization that if individuals have this default within them towards separateness and othering, organizations are made up by these diverse individuals, we now realize the answer to the question that was my topic. But the question is, are organizations truly committed to belonging? But the plot twist is, I'm going to change that and say, are you, as an individual, human contributor, truly committed to doing the deeply personal and sometimes painful hard work on yourself to create an environment of belonging? In other words, physician, heal thyself. The organization is you. You are the organization. Oftentimes, we like to push this off on some imaginary figmentation, something out in the air and in the space. You make up the organization. We make up the organization. And if you have failed to do the work on yourself, you have failed within the organization to create an environment of belonging. The responsibility is yours. Let me press on. We have a responsibility in fostering belonging within our organizations. Each of us play a role in fostering belonging. So what I'm going to encourage you to do today is to reflect on, how are you showing up in the organization? How are you showing up in the organization? Are you actively contributing to an environment where others feel valued, heard, seen, and empowered? How are you showing up? Are you showing up making sure every voice is heard and validated? How are you showing up? Even if that means decentering your self-righteous self from the center of power, what's that look like? Even if that means giving up some of your privilege, what does that look like? How are you showing up? Are you ready to do the work in confronting yourself and the thoughts that you have that you don't talk about? The feelings that you have that you don't want to discuss? Are you willing to deal with yourself and the work that needs to be done internally that none of us can see? What are you doing to contribute to belonging in the organization? You see, true commitment to belonging starts at the individual level. Each day, in every interaction, is an opportunity to contribute to the culture of belonging within your organization. The words of Theodore Roosevelt come to mind as I'm closing. The words of Theodore Roosevelt come to mind. He said, it's not the critic that counts. It's not the strong man who points out how the doer of the deed could have done it better. He said, no, the credit belongs to the man in the arena, whose face is marred with the dust, sweat, and tears, who fails and struggles and errs, but continues to strive valiantly. He's saying to us, it's not about you just talking about belonging. It's about you getting dirty and messy in the process of creating belonging. Getting messy first with yourself. Confronting your own self and your thoughts and your feelings, confronting them. And then number two, it's not good enough to consider yourself in the arena and a productive ally by merely pointing out what is wrong. That's been done enough. We have enough people sounding the alarm about what's been done wrong. I need some co-conspirators. I don't need you just in the space telling me what's wrong. Put your hands on that, co-conspirators. What does that mean to be a co-conspirator? When there's no person of diverse representation in the room, are you speaking up? When there's places that you know have power, are you pushing back on them when they're not doing or thinking and saying the right thing? That's a co-conspirator. Are you leveraging your privilege to have conversations that I'll never be privy to, that you can check and balance some people? That's a co-conspirator. The performative work, when the lights, camera, action are not enough. I need a co-conspirator when you got everything to lose and nothing to gain because you believe in belonging. It's serious business to me because the work of belonging is vital for the success of our society and world. And the question has to be asked, are you committed? Are you committed to ensuring that your organization is one that is committed to belonging? Because the Savior you're looking for is the one that you see in the mirror. Thank you.
So, I don't know how many of you have been to traditional, especially African American churches, but if I had a napkin or a hanky, it would have been thrown at him. Dr. Maurice Stinnett, you had a powerful word for us today that we needed to hear. It's about being militant about the validity of our own truth and our own stories. Thank you so very much. I saw a lot of note-taking and amen corners and everything from your presentation, which was just so powerful and something that we really needed to hear, to take back not just, again, for arts and culture organizations and museums, but also people who are working for themselves and also nonprofits and other organizations. I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. Thank you. We have a lot of housekeeping before we break into lunch. So Libby has gone around and collected some activities that are going to happen. So around noon to 1, we are going to be breaking for lunch, and lunch will all be set out in the corridor in the hallway. You are free to eat at your tables. You're free, not in the galleries, however. The conservators would just be so upset at me if I was like, yeah, just wander around. But there's signage that'll say no food or drink here. But I do believe in the corridor we have some seating out there as well. You are free to go out there. You're also free to eat on our campus. A lot of people go across the street and eat on the steps over there. They just take a little blanket or their coat and sit on the grass. You are free to roam this beautiful, beautiful campus. We are tobacco-free campus. I have to just say that for due diligence. But I just want you to take advantage of that. Many of you signed up for the activities that are going to be taking place. Again, we have docent-led tours here to see all of the glass. And for all of you who are not from Toledo, we have to give you a little bit of history. So we are known as the Glass City. Yes, we are the glass. That's why you have this Pritzker Prize-winning building, which is the highest architectural prize that you can ever win. This building won that prize because it's all made of glass. We have a glass shop, glass blowing. Every day at 2 o'clock, you can go and look at demonstrations. We also have a new concept called date nights. Just what it means, a date night, and they are popular. And you can bring your date and you can blow glass together, which is kind of very romantic, unless someone burns someone, then that's a whole lawsuit, and then, anyway, I digress. We have just some really cool, innovative things that we're doing here. The museum was also founded by the glass mogul, Edward Drummond Libby, and his art collecting wife, Florence Scott Libby. And the Libby name, Libby is based here. The Libby name is known internationally as a glass manufacturer. It's manufactured right here in Toledo. And for those who are not from here, we have a few things that we're going to brag about. So we are also the headquarters for Jeep. The Jeep military car, it was not born here. It was born in Pennsylvania, but it's headquartered here in Toledo. So we are very proud of Jeeps. I went to a United Nations conference on women in Beijing, China, and all I did there was take pictures of Jeeps. I was just like, that's from Toledo. They're like, what? Who are you, lady? And I was just taking pictures by Jeeps. I just thought it was so cool that there were so many Jeeps in Japan. We also, this is really fun, so if you're here for a little bit, we just took on this honor. We have the United States' largest mural. The largest mural in the United States is here in Toledo, Ohio. And it is absolutely beautiful. It's at our Glass City riverfront, we call it. And it's really best seen, you can see it from the highway, but it's best seen through a boat ride. So we have boat rides on the Sandpiper and the Pearl, and you can go and take an hour-long boat tour and see this mural. And it is absolutely fantastic. It's 16 grain silos, so several football fields long, and it has beautiful sunflowers and images of real Native Americans on that image of different age groups. It's powerful, and it was all orchestrated by an African American painter and digital artist from LA who has strong ties to Toledo. And so we were very, very proud of that. And our city council, our government, just gave money for it to be lit up at night. And when it is lit, when that project is over, it will be the world's largest lit in 2 ways. As I'm trying to be cool. Gen X are trying to be cool. It'll be lit and lit. The world's largest lit mural. So we're just really proud of our hometown. We really are. At this point, we'll release everyone to take your break and go eat. They're setting up the lunches right now. For those of you who had specific dietary restrictions, those particular lunches will be, they will have your name on them and be set off to the side. So there's some gluten-free, vegan, vegetarian, and dairy-free. We just wanted to make sure you were all accommodated. So this is a long break. So noon to 1, lunch, then 1 to 2, you pick your activity, but you are also just free to see the amazing green building or the main museum across the street and see what we've been hyping you guys all up about and these beautiful galleries. So feel free to just roam on your own as well. You are not required to do one of these activities, but they are going to be so much fun. For those of you doing one of the activities, the collage activity, that will be done here inside, so you'll stay at the tables. And then Libby, after lunch, will have the sign-up sheet for those of you who are going to Detroit on Saturday from 1 to 3. The Tiff Massey exhibit alone is worth it. It's worth it. And for those of you traveling from other places, to see 2 world-class museums in one weekend would be amazing. And we call them our sister museum. We here have tried to foster more deeply meaningful relationships with the DIA. Carla Tinsley Smith, can you just wave here? Carla and Mika and Priya and I are all counterparts, chief diversity officers, and Carla has done an amazing work at the DIA. And traditionally what museums do is they just loan art to each other. So when they had that amazing Van Gogh exhibit, in fact, the DIA was the first museum to ever acquire Van Gogh right up the street in the Midwest, right? Not New York, not all Guggenheim or whatever. It was the DIA. When they had that exhibit, which broke records, they called us because we have about one of everything at least, right? We have Cezanne, we have Kehinde Wiley, we have Elizabeth Catlett, we have Monet, we have everything here. And so they called and said, hey, we need to borrow a couple of pieces. So that's what happened. When we had the Caravaggio exhibit, we called the DIA and we said, hey, we need 2 Caravaggios. It's like, trading, it's like, you got 2? Okay. So we had 2 Caravaggios, and because of their contribution and the contribution of other museums to that particular exhibit, it made it the first time that many Caravaggios has ever been seen in the world, and it was right here in Toledo. So thank you, DIA, for that. So many of us from Toledo are going on that journey to the DIA. Again, Saturday, February 26th, 1 to 3 p.m. for that. So those of you who have later flights, please take advantage. And the DIA is not too far from the airport as well. I think that's it. Libby, is there anything else? And we can speak in the mic.
Yeah, sorry about that. So you're absolutely free to roam, but if you were on the cusp about an activity and you thought, I'm just not sure, and then you walk by it and you're like, that looks cool, please join in. We have capacity, absolutely, and this represents really in an interesting way. We have in exact thirds almost, like maybe bar 1 or 2 people in terms of every activity that was offered. So that's wonderful, but also there is a glass hammock out there that you can lay down on, and I'm not kidding. So try it. There's an awful lot to see here. And thank you for your attention, and bon appetit, all that good stuff.
And the lunches are ready if you're ready to eat now, so thank you all. We'll gather back around 2 o'clock.
speakers. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you Katie Shelley. Katie is the Conda Family Manager of Access Initiatives at the Toledo Museum of Art. Long title for an amazing person who does incredible work here. She is a board member of the Disability Empower Her Network and a member of the Ohio statewide Independent Living Council. Katie represents a real inaugural mission on the part of the museum. We've had great experiences with Katie as she brings to us a global view about accessibility and how we need to change in order to bring art to all people, and so that all people can come and be with us as well. Also my friend, she also brings Petunia, and just a really wonderful person. It's my pleasure to welcome Katie Shelley.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. As Libby mentioned, my name is Katie Shelley, and I am the Conda Family Manager of Access Initiatives here at the Toledo Museum of Art. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and a quick visual description of myself for those who are blind or may have low vision in the audience. I am a white woman in her mid-30s with shoulder-length blonde hair. I'm wearing a jean jacket, which covers a teal t-shirt with the Toledo Museum of Art logo on it, and a burnt red skirt with little white flowers on it, and brown boots. And I am sitting in a teal-colored power wheelchair. I also have a black Labrador Retriever laying in front of me, and this is my service dog, Petunia. Next slide, please. So, who am I? And I'm going to go back to the beginning, but I promise it's not going to take too long. I'm not going to tell you my entire life story. But I think it's important to know, if you haven't figured it out already, I am a person with a disability. Disability is something that has shaped my entire life. I was born with my disability and have used some sort of mobility device throughout my entire life. So physical accessibility to spaces has always been something that is very important to me. And as someone who was born in 1989, 1 year prior to the passing of the Americans with Disabilities Act in the United States, accessibility is something that has grown and evolved over my lifetime, and I've been able to see firsthand how places have become more accessible and how places have remained inaccessible over the past 35, 36 years. So accessibility is part of my job, but obviously it's something that I am passionate about. I actually worked here at the Toledo Museum of Art previously from 2014 to 2016 in our visitor services department. I ended up as a visitor services team lead and loved my time working here. But while I was working here, realized that I had spent majority of my life trying to kind of shy away from my identity as a disabled woman. Obviously, it wasn't anything that I could hide. My disability was readily apparent, but it was something I tried to play down and something that I tried not to draw notice to myself because I didn't want people thinking of me any differently than they already probably were. But what I slowly started to realize as I grew into adulthood and started being in community with others who have disabilities was that I can use my personal experience as a person with a disability to help shape the experiences and make things better for other people with disabilities through my advocacy. And as a staff member at the Toledo Museum of Art almost 10 years ago, I found that many spaces, especially staff-only spaces here at the museum, were not accessible for me as a person who at the time was using a walker primarily to move about the museum space. And so that really got me thinking about how can I make historic buildings like the Toledo Museum of Art more accessible? How are other places doing it? I actually went to Paris, France, and was able to see Notre Dame Cathedral in 2016 before the fire. And they actually had a lift that was on their altar space that it was a set of steps that if you pressed a button, it turned into a flat surface that you could pull onto, and then it lifted you up to the next level. And Notre Dame Cathedral is 1,000 years old. So if they can make Notre Dame Cathedral accessible, other historic buildings could. So I was like, how do I learn more about accessibility, about disability, and explore my disability identity? And I found out about the Disability Studies program at the University of Toledo. And I had already gotten my undergraduate degree, but I learned that you could get your Master's of Liberal Studies from the University of Toledo with a focus on disability studies. And so that's what I did. And I learned a lot about the ADA, about the disability rights movement, and really started to realize how nascent disability representation in the United States really is. It's still in its infancy in the grand scheme of history. I mean, the Americans with Disabilities Act is only 35 years old as of this year. If you think about it, that's not a very long time at all. And civil rights protections for people with disabilities, were afforded by the Americans with Disabilities Act, but there's still a lot of advocacy that goes into ensuring that people with disabilities have the rights to access public spaces. And so I really learned a lot about myself through that program and was able to serve as the graduate assistant for the Disability Studies program and also become more comfortable in my disability identity and advocating for myself as well as advocating for others. After I graduated from the University of Toledo, I worked for 3 years as a disability rights advocate at the Ability Center of Greater Toledo, which is a local center for independent living, which is a nonprofit organization where at least 50% of the staff and board are required to be people with disabilities and provides advocacy and resources to disabled individuals in the community in order to let them be able to live independently and be integrated in community settings. And so all this to say that accessibility is something that shaped my time up to coming back to the Toledo Museum of Art again, and I'm going to talk about that in the next slide. So next slide, please. I'm up here anyway. There we go. So what is a manager of access initiatives? So in February of 2021, the Toledo Museum of Art announced a collaboration with the Ability Center of Greater Toledo, my former employer, to create a position called the Manager of Access Initiatives position. And this position was conceptualized after, in 2019, the Toledo Museum of Art installed Fireflies on the Water by Yayoi Kusama, pictured here on this slide. And this mirrored infinity room had very specific details for how Kusama, the artist, wanted the room to be constructed and built. And what the Toledo Museum of Art staff quickly realized as they were constructing this room was that it was not accessible to wheelchair users or people who used a mobility device. There was a step to get into the infinity room. And the Toledo Museum of Art staff didn't know what to do because obviously, Kusama, living artist, when an artist is a living artist and you're displaying their work, you do have to kind of adhere to their specifications for what they want their work to be displayed as. But they also wanted to make sure that this infinity room, this piece, Fireflies on the Water, was something that everyone could have access to and be able to enjoy. So the Toledo Museum of Art reached out to the Ability Center of Greater Toledo, and the staff at the Ability Center of Greater Toledo were able to help them by building a ramp to the platform of the infinity room. So people who are using wheelchairs or using walkers or other mobility devices could go up the ramp to, at the very least, look into the infinity room. If the platform itself inside Fireflies on the Water was also very narrow, so depending on the width of the wheelchair or the walker, some wheelchairs were able to fit onto the platform inside the room, others were not. So the Toledo Museum of Art quickly realized that even with having this ramp, this was not a great solution, and it would have made sense to have someone who was really thinking about accessibility from the get-go of the installation of this exhibit, and really working with their staff to think through accessibility on a holistic level. And the Toledo Museum of Art quickly realized that they wanted to have someone on their staff to advise on accessibility initiatives, but also think through how to make the entire museum more accessible and inclusive to everyone. And so in 2021, they announced a collaborative effort with the Ability Center to create the Manager of Access Initiatives position. In July of 2021, so full disclosure, when I heard about the creation of this position, I was like, yes, that's my position. I am going to apply for it, and I am going to get that job. And thankfully, they agreed with me. I was hired, and that's like the most confident I've been about anything in my entire life. But I was like, the Toledo Museum of Art started my accessibility journey, and I need to go back, and I need to do this work. So thankfully, they agreed, and in July of 2021, I started as the Manager of Access Initiatives, which at the time was conceptualized as a 3-year temporary position to kind of see if it was something that was going to work out at the Toledo Museum of Art, and was something that the Ability Center and the Toledo Museum of Art collaborated on. But then the thought was this person would go, after that 3 years, go to another community institution and do accessibility work for another community institution. And Jenny, I'm so sorry, I'm going to use Imagination. So for example, Imagination Station, which is our local science center, someone could go and work on accessibility there and do the same thing. But my heart was really here at the Toledo Museum of Art, and I quickly realized that this work was not going to get done in 3 years, or at least I could provide a good base for how to make things more accessible and inclusive. But I wasn't going to be able to see everything through, and accessibility work is never done. It's constantly ongoing, and we're constantly working to improve and make things better. And I really felt strongly that this is where I needed to stay in order to do the work and do the work well. So thankfully, a family of local philanthropists, the Conda family, agreed. And in March of 2023, the position became endowed. So it is now the Conda family manager of Access Initiatives, and it is the first permanent accessibility manager position at a museum, from my understanding, in the United States. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to briefly go over some of the projects that I have been able to work on. So this slide was were some of the projects that I was able to kind of initiate within that first 3 years. One of the first things was I was able to create, along with Tom Huth, who is our director of facilities, an accessible pathway across the street that connects the Monroe Street sidewalk to our Monroe Street terrace. So you'll see a picture in the upper left-hand corner of me looking very excited on a concrete pathway. That is the path I'm talking about that created a more accessible way for individuals who are on Monroe Street to get up to our main terrace. And you'll see a picture next to that picture of me and Tom before that pathway was created. It was kind of a happy accident because we had installed a sculpture right where that path now is, and when they went to install the sculpture, they tore up the ground around the sculpture in trying to get things moved. And Tom was like, well, we might as well put a path here. So I was like, yeah, let's do it. And it was able to make it more accessible, which is really great. We were also able to put handrails in our little theater, which is our smaller theater area on the other side of the street, again in the green building. And that is the lower left-hand picture. But we've also thought through how we can make our exhibitions more accessible and inclusive for individuals who are blind or have low vision. And one of the ways we have been able to do that is by making tactile reproductions of our artwork. And we were able to partner with Clover Nook Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired out of Cincinnati on some 3D printed works of pieces in our collection. And one of those is a 3D printed bust of George Washington that you see in the middle of this slide. But also, when we're thinking about accessibility, I think it's important as a staff member with disabilities to remember that we also want to be inclusive of individuals with disabilities in the workplace. We want people with disabilities to not only visit here and feel as though they belong, we want staff to work here and have staff with disabilities feel as though this is a place where they are meant to work and we are an employer of choice. And for me, the first year that I worked here as the manager of Access Initiatives, I couldn't access our staff entrance. The doors were too heavy, and with Petunia, I wasn't able to navigate through the staff entrance to get to my office. I had to have protective services come and unlock the doors for me every morning at one of the entrances for me to enter. And then if we weren't open to the public, I had to exit the same way. And a protective services staff member had to unlock the doors, let me out, lock the doors again. And so I was able to work with our facilities team to install automatic openers on our very heavy staff entrance doors. And that has really worked well for all staff. And it's really a great example of universal design that just works well for everybody and makes the Toledo Museum of Art more accessible and inclusive for its staff. And then also, I've worked with our glass team over here in the hot shop to think about how we make our glass classes more accessible to individuals who have physical disabilities. So I really enjoy our glass art workshops and making little pieces of glass. And I worked with our team here in the glass pavilion on piloting a wheelchair accessible workbench. You'll see that on the right-hand side of the slide. And I'm making, I think, a glass cupcake in that picture. But that's something I've been really fortunate to be able to work with our team members to think through how they can make their areas more accessible and inclusive as well, because also this work, it's not just me. I am just one person in a one-person department of Access Initiatives at the Toledo Museum of Art, but I can't do this work alone. So it's been really important to me in the past almost 4 years that I've been here to work with different departments and have really strong discussions about how different aspects of the work that they do can also benefit from accessibility and inclusion. And also, we are a certified autism center through IBCCES, or the International Board of Credentialing and Continuing Education Standards. But what that means is that we are, at least 80% of our staff has been trained on how to be more inclusive to individuals who are neurodivergent or on the autism spectrum. And our staff have been trained on what resources we have available here at the museum in order to help those visitors. Next slide, please. And so an example of one of those resources that we have for our visitors who are neurodivergent or who are sensory seeking is our sensory kits, which are in the lower left-hand corner of this slide. We were just able to launch those at the beginning of this year. These are available at all of our visitor services desks, and they are kits that have fidgets inside of them. So if visitors are sensory seeking and need something to fidget with while they're in the gallery spaces, they can borrow one of these kits, have multiple fidgets in them, and then the kit themselves are fidgets. They're pop fidget pencil bags that I was able to find at Target. And they work really well for these sensory kits that visitors can borrow if they just need something to occupy them while they're going through the galleries. We also offer noise-canceling headphones at our visitor services desks for visitors to borrow if they're feeling a little overstimulated and need something to block out noise while they're exploring the museum. But we've also been able to work on making sure that all of our restroom spaces are more accessible. So across the street in the green building, again, for a long time, not all of our restrooms were wheelchair accessible. I can say that now, as of this past year, all of our restrooms on the other side of the street are wheelchair accessible. Same cannot be said for this building yet, but more to come on that. And then also we were able to create a path from the parking lot across the street, parking lot 1, to go across to the Herrick lobby doors, which is our current main entrance at the Toledo Museum of Art. I don't know if you can see in the picture on the upper middle of the screen, there's Petunia standing, and across from Petunia there is now an accessible pathway that leads to the parking lot. Before, there were stairs. And I had a docent come up to me once asking, is there any way we can get rid of these stairs? And I was like, I'm all about getting rid of stairs, so let's see what we can do. And again, worked with our director of facilities to make that happen. We also were able last year to finally get a new elevator. So for as long as I've known the Toledo Museum of Art, we had an elevator that was stuck in the 1970s, and I mean it. It had wood paneling, and I'm pretty sure it was the original elevator to that space. It was actually the only elevator in my life I've ever been stuck inside. I do not recommend. So we now have a nice, brand new, shiny elevator across the street, and it's great, and it's actually a little bit bigger, so you can actually fit 2 power wheelchair users in that elevator. I checked. Before, you could only fit 1. And then also, we've thought through how we can make our exhibitions more accessible and inclusive as well. So thinking through, again, tactile reproductions. For our Rachel Royce exhibition across the street, if you haven't had a chance to get over there and check it out, I highly recommend it. We have a 3D printed Suriname toad, which is very cool. And that is pictured on the lower middle of the screen. And then we also have a Braille, bless you. We also have a Braille and tactile interactive table next to one of the pieces in the exhibition as well that gives some information about the piece in Braille, but then also has some tactile elements that visitors can interact with. And again, this is great for visitors who are blind or have low vision, but it is not exclusive to them. This is something that every visitor can enjoy and get a little something more out of their visit when they interact with these elements. We also have been able to provide audio descriptions of some of the pieces in our collection, and in the Rachel Royce exhibition, we do have an audio description tour as well, and we are starting to implement more and more of those, and that has been really great for individuals who are blind or have low vision. But again, we've also received the feedback that for visitors who aren't blind or have low vision but have listened to the audio description tours, it gives them a chance to really look closely at the pieces and find out more about the piece that they wouldn't have before listening to the description of the piece in detail. Next slide. But I am also really aware that while I'm working on the accessibility of the Toledo Museum of Art and making sure that it is a physically accessible and inclusive space and that our interpretation is more accessible for everyone, we also are centering the lived experiences of people with disabilities, and especially artists with disabilities. I have some lovely colleagues from the Lucas County Board of Developmental Disabilities at the table in front of me, and I have been able to partner with them and with Dr. Becca Monteleone from the University of Toledo's Disability Studies program for the last few years on a program called Stories of Disability Pride, in which individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, they take a 10-week storytelling course, and then they've been able to present their stories here at the Toledo Museum of Art in conjunction with Disability Pride Month, which is July. And so we've been able to do that and really have them share their stories, but also celebrate disabled artists through that program. But another program I'm also really proud of is Disabled Women Make History in Art, which is a collaborative program I work on with Disability Empower Network, which is actually an organization out of Rochester, New York, that provides leadership and mentorship opportunities for women and non-binary people with disabilities. But I am very close with that organization, and the executive director reached out to me after my first year of working here, and she was like, hey, you work in an art museum now. what do you think about having a show that celebrates disabled women artists? And I'm like, I think that's a fantastic idea. We should do it. So this will be the 4th year. The show is coming up next month that we've been able to host this. And we have 20 in-person artists that display their art every year. But it's become so popular that this year we had almost 90 applicants for the show, which is fantastic. And so we've started to offer a virtual component as well, so I don't have to turn away as many people. So we have 20 people who will be on display next month, but we also will have a virtual program in June. And this program stemmed from an idea in celebrating a landmark Supreme Court decision called the Olmstead decision, which was the first Supreme Court decision to use the Americans with Disabilities Act as the basis for making the decision. And what it found was that individuals with disabilities could not be forced to live in institutional settings and had to be able to live in their community, and community supports needed to be provided so long as they were physically able to do so and their doctor said it was okay and they wanted to do so. People with disabilities needed to be integrated into the community. One of the main plaintiffs in that case, Lois Curtis, was a disabled woman artist herself. And so we felt really strongly not only about sharing the story of Lois Curtis, but also sharing the story of disability advocacy and how advocacy like Lois Curtis's has really helped push things forward for people with disabilities in the United States, and also how art can be such a great advocacy tool, but also bring together people in community with one another. The first year that we had Disabled Women Make History in Art, and it's held here in the Glass Pavilion, it was the first time that I had seen so many people with varying disabilities all in one space here at the Toledo Museum of Art at one time. And I thought to myself, this is why I'm doing this. These people feel comfortable coming here and being in community with one another, and they feel welcome here. And I want to continue to build that and foster that and continue to help people know that they are seen, they are represented, we want them here, we welcome them here, and that I'm going to continue advocating for them so that they will always find a space here at the Toledo Museum of Art. Oh. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the future. So again, as I mentioned, this work is always ongoing. I will never be done with accessibility, which is a good problem to have. It's job security. But also, we are getting ready to undergo some major renovations as part of the reinstallation of our gallery spaces, which will make things much more accessible and inclusive. I'm very excited. We are getting automatic doors on the Glass Pavilion starting next month, I think. So that's very exciting, but also construction. But also thinking through how we can make things more accessible for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. We have sign language interpreters for special events as well as captioning, but thinking through what else we can offer, whether it's sign language tours. I know that there are other museums out there that do ASL tours of the collection. We offer touch tours, which are in conjunction with the Sight Center of Northwest Ohio, helped us implement those touch tours that allow visitors who are blind or have low vision to touch pieces in our collection on a guided tour with a docent to help them interact with the art that they might not be able to see. But I would also like to offer that for our deaf and hard of hearing community through things like ASL tours, but also thinking through what might it look like if we have captions on the screen in our glass blowing demos, or if we have an audiovisual piece, making sure that we have captions available on that piece, and more ASL interpretation when not just upon request, but just baked into everything we do in every program we have. And all this to say, I'm still learning. So even though I worked here previously, I don't come from a museum background. So I think one of the fun challenges of being the first manager of access initiatives here at the museum, is I've kind of been making it up as I go along because I didn't know, like, how does accessibility work in a museum setting? And so learning about interpretation and learning about, everything we're trying to teach people about art and integrating art into the lives of people, but also figuring out how to make that accessible has been a really fun challenge for me. And it's something that I am continuing to learn more about and work with our staff, again, to collaborate, because, again, no one can do anything alone, or if they can, they're not going to do it well. So making sure that our staff and I are working together, and really we're all taking on this mission of making the Toledo Museum of Art more accessible and inclusive for everyone. And next slide. So thank you. My contact information is on the screen, and I would love to connect. So thank you all so much, and yeah, I will be around, so if you'd like to say hello, please do.
Thank you so much to Katie Shelley. Katie and Petunia. Petunia has a staff badge on. So Petunia, I have to give some history, Katie, and embarrass you, because I was Katie's first supervisor here, and I think it was down to 3 finalists, I believe, maybe 4. I can't remember back then. It was 3. Okay, it's probably 3. And Katie was like, we didn't even have to do our PAYCOR submission evaluation. We knew that Katie Shelley was the one for us. And it was the story that you told, Katie, about your visit to France. And you said something very emotional for all of us that triggered us. And you said that inclusiveness can be about love. And we were like, hired. She's hired. She gets us. But Katie has done so much in the way of everything that she's told you. But also, just as Libby said, a very kind person who has a lot of innovation and has opened all of our eyes into really spaces of accessibility and how important that is for an organization, especially a museum, which traditionally were started and built in the 1900s, like that building, 1912, neoclassical, beautiful building. There was no ADA, right? So we kind of have been grandfathered in. But Katie is doing things in phases. Immediately that first year, you did an audit of the things that were needed. We hired a female contractor and really looked at in phases how we are going to manage some of these things, because there is a cost always. So let's get the wins first, the small wins first, and then let's keep going. And she's done an amazing job. So another round of applause for Katie Shelley. All right, we are ready. Our panelists and moderator are seated, mic'd. Most of you know, if you registered, there's a virtual component as well. So we have a lot of people listening in. And we heard Dr. Sennett that everything lit up. When you spoke, they were saying, oh my gosh, they kept taking, like, people commenting on everything that you said. So thank you again. I am so excited about this particular panel. It was strategically curated, and I really can say that I admire all of these people sitting here with us today who have joined us. We have 2 locals and 3 nationals with us today. So I'm going to do the quick version bios just in the interest of time, but always remember that you have in your program the QR code that you can go to our website and see their full bios because they're all rock stars. I'm going to start with Rodney Eason to my left here. Rodney serves as a board member for the Toledo Museum of Art. He's actually an executive board member and the vice president of our board. He is vice president of talent and human resources at Erie Home, and I am honored to call him a brother and a good friend of mine. So please help me welcome Rodney Eason. Priya Frank came all the way from Seattle. I am also honored to call her a dear friend. I spoke earlier about the monthly Zoom sessions of chief diversity officers from museums across the country, and some just arts organizations. That's how I met Priya, Mika, Carla. We all belong to that. And we quickly were the loudest ones in the room and the most effervescent. I think that's a good way to describe us, Priya. But she is just an amazing, amazing person. She's a leader in racial equity, strategy, philanthropic development, and community engagement. And she's an author and speaker. She previously served as Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at the Seattle Art Museum, where her work included spearheading racial equity initiatives. Please help me welcome Priya. I'm fangirling again, I'm just gonna admit it, okay? Roberto Bedoya. He is dubbed in the field, he hates when I say this, but he is dubbed in the field as the official godfather of belonging. And we have him here in Toledo, sitting here in the Glass Pavilion. I'm so happy to have you here, Roberto. He is dubbed the godfather of belonging. He's a writer and the former cultural affairs manager for the city of Oakland, California. He shepherded the city's model cultural plan titled Belonging in Oakland, a cultural development plan, which every city modeled after this man. I am so lucky to be seated at the table of a convening of care that our own Mark Folk curated with the help of Roberto and other national arts leaders across the city. Will be convening again in June, and it's just my honor. It really is my honor to have you here, Mr. Bedoya. I'm a huge fan of you. I really am. Please help me welcome Mr. Bedoya. And my new best friend, B. Davis. Oh my gosh. When I read B's resume, I was like, there's no way she can wear that many hats and be that dynamic. B. Davis is breaking so many barriers, and I think I resonated so much with her because B. Davis is an advocate. Her advocacy, she's on the board of Queer Art, but she also advocates for the LGBTQ plus community in such a way that extends far beyond art. So she's a Black trans woman and first-generation American. Get this, she's also a data scientist, a NASA engineer, a cybersecurity expert, and an author and storyteller. She leads Dinner with the Bees, fostering dialogue between Black, cis, and trans women, and serves on the board of directors for Queer Art. Please help me welcome B. Davis, rock star. And finally, Mr. Tim Teague. Katie Shelley, thank you for bringing Tim to our attention. Tim is Executive Director of the Site Center of Northwest Ohio. He is only the third leader in the organization's 100-year history to have permanent vision loss. And Tim, I must admit that we do fangirl over you, but your wife, Jane, I saw her cut a rug last night. For the young people, that means dancing. And she'll be my new best friend next. So I love Jane. But Tim, you know my mom very well in the field of aging and the Site Center, and she speaks so highly of you. And just, I've gotten to know you over the course of these 2 days. We are so honored to have you here, and thank you for fighting for the rights of persons with disabilities and in the access space. Thank you so very much. I will now hand the mic over to my dear friend, Rodney Eason.
And thank you, Rhonda Sewell. So before we get started, I'm going to take a little bit of a personal privilege because my heart is full. This has been, I could leave now and I've got like 18 things to do. I don't know about you. And I do want to just take the danger of shouting out a couple of people because I think there's so many people we could thank. But I think when I think about how this day has gone, I had a quick conversation with Mika about her presentation, and I thought the information you shared was not only validating, but it reminded us of what's important in the workplace. So let's just thank Mika for that real quick. Okay. Jessica Mack, the engagement in which you're doing in this community, incredible. And I'm going to speak as a board member, too, because I think a lot of times what we're trying to support here, we like to see the work being done. We get all the presentations, and here's what we're going to do. To see it being done is absolutely incredible. So thank you, Jessica. I'm going to do a collective thing and all of the staff and everyone who's put this event together, but it is incredible, Rhonda and Libby, to see vision fulfilled. They know I have very high expectations as a board member. They check on me, how you feel about this? And I'm like, it's not that sensitive, but it kind of is, But I have very high expectations, not just to execute on strategy, but to do it well. What we did not see is the late nights, the challenges of organizing, the, oh my God, this is missing, somebody run out and get this. The stress. Rhonda, did you sleep last night? No. Okay, the stress of not sleeping. And I can say, and I feel comfortable on the behalf of the board to say, so far, job well done. You are, yes, clap, 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 because it is incredible. And I want to, I know if I didn't call your name, I apologize, but all of you who were part of that process, I want to personally thank you, okay? My brother, Maurice, is it Ananias? Is that the A? Ananias? And Antonio. He knew what I was doing. He knew what I was doing. Yes. I don't have words. I think when I think of being a leader, and I'm going to read something to you. I wrote some notes down because I'm privileged to do this, and I'm going to get to it. Is I think as leaders, we live our lives full for the purposes of serving others. And what he shared in such a short period of time was absolutely concentrated Kool-Aid. I like Kool-Aid. When it's sugary sweet, it is good, but my Lord, he did so much in such a short period of time. And that's the only way I know how to say it, brother, so I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. But I thank you for sharing, because when you live your life full, I believe that true leaders live life full, but they seek to die empty. Fullness consists of life experiences, accomplishments, failures, sacrifice, and the process of pain, all of which fills you. Seeking to die empty means that you live with the purpose of giving all of it for the benefit of others. If not, why was it given to you? the beauty is that when you give, you get more in return, and I think that's God's genius. So we should be rivers, not ponds. Rivers bring freshness and life. Ponds stink. Refreshing should flow through us and not sit with us. This is why we should give everyone who's been through and achieved our full attention. Because when we do, we respect every aspect of their lives, the pain, the accomplishments, all of the things that they've been through to be here. So my ask of all of you as we do this panel, let the fullness of their lives fill you with wisdom, truth, and the perspectives that you may be full so that you may go out and give to others. So everything they say, I want you to take notes, which I know you'll do. I want you to see how it applies to you. I know that'll happen, how it'll educate you. But I always want to respect these incredible people who I've had the chance to spend a little bit of time with. Because what they're expressing to you is, yes, their accomplishments, you heard their bios. What you don't see is the pain, the challenge, the issues, all the things that they've been through. The stories that a Katie Shelley will tell. Katie, when you were talking, I could hear your experience in your voice. So I wanted to set that tone because I don't take this for granted. I know you've heard my accomplishments, but I am here to learn as well. And I want us to really dig in deep and really hone in on every word that they say. Can you do that for me? All right, beautiful. Clap for yourselves. So here's what we're going to try to accomplish. We have 3 things we're going to do. We're going to do this panel for about the next 30 minutes. We will have time for Q&A, so we'll provide time, and we'll try to get as many questions as possible. Then we're going to jump into an activity where you're going to spend some time talking amongst yourselves and then reporting out, okay? So I need y'all to stay with me. It's going to go fast, but it's going to be powerful, okay? All right, we're going to start out with Uncle Brother Roberto. You've been called the godfather of belonging in the arts and the culture sector. What does belonging truly mean to you? And how can institutions move forward with true belonging?
Okay, this godfather is having hearing problems with my hearing aid. Sometimes it goes in and it goes out. So if you just see, forgive me if I go like this and like this, because it's really irritating. But it happens. Thank you. I thank everybody here at the museum. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you, fellow panelists. What I'm going to do quickly is read from a recent article that was published by Spur, which is an urbanist group out of San Francisco, and it's called Belonging in the Civic We, which gives you a little more understanding of where I'm coming from. But I think I got called Godfather because about 15 plus years ago, I wrote a paper called Creative Placemaking, the Politics of Belonging and Disbelonging. Then all of a sudden it's like, ooh, Mr. Belonging, Bedoya. And so, but I got, you raise your hand, you get called on, then you have to do. Right. So this is called Belonging in the Civic We. And it's really sort of a reflection of my role as a cultural affairs manager from the city of Oakland. A quote by the philosopher Emmanuel Levinas shadows my work as an arts manager. We is not the plural of I. This quote is grounded in the secular we, as in we the people, as opposed to the we of me and my friends, which I like to think is like the privatized we of MAGA. It is in that secular we, it includes people you don't know, city folks, sports fans, shoppers, museum goers, opera lovers, the public. I often think about the pronoun we in the context of my work as Oakland's cultural affairs manager. In 2018, Oakland released its cultural plan, Belonging in Oakland. And I see its development and its emergence as a prompt that enlivens civic life, place, and belonging. The tagline of the plan is equity is the driving force, culture is the frame, and belonging is the goal. And it guided the way that my department developed the plan and designed programmatic responses to animate the civic we. The Cultural Affairs Department and my job at that time was to work to operationalizing we, because we is a sticky word. I mean, belonging is a sticky word. It makes you feel good. But, you know, how do you make it happen? Through programs and policies. It asks Oakland to be mindful of and engage with the sociology and not the psychology meanings of belonging. And I'm very mindful of the fact that, you know, I'm not a shrink. I'm actually a bad shrink. I can't even give myself good advice. But I'm really interested to see how policies create belonging. Let's say the policy at the playground, you know, it's like, and the bully gets away with all this crap. And then the kid feels like, oh, and no, it's not your fault, man. And it's like the way that thing is set up. So I'm clocking always policies and actions of disbelonging. As a policy wonk, I think about how policy aims to fix problems via management, guidelines, rules, and regulations. Culture, however, is fluid. It develops new knowledges and brings to life our possibilities, our belonging. The Cultural Affairs Plan revealed that in Oakland we have deep meanings, is able to live in an equitable society. An equity just, aesthetically rich, and racially diverse city. To that end, the plan's orientations to equity and culture fed an action agenda to embrace connectedness and intersectionality that animates Oakland, that is the key to realizing belonging. Oakland has a rich history of addressing trauma, whether it's racial, sexual, police trauma, and policing in my town is like, it's like hot ticket, third rail. Everybody's like, oh, it's police, 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 police. But in these pronouns, when people talked about these kind of traumas, they say, I've been traumatized. Here's my story. But I need to move from the I to the we and think about some of the traumas, and what we're not doing is talking about civic trauma. And COVID-19 is a great example of where we've all had some form of civic trauma. And if I'm committed to the civic we, and if I contribute to belonging in the context of the civic we, then I must address civic trauma. So I'm going to stop here and just riff on a couple more things. I was telling a story earlier about when I delivered my cultural plan to the mayor, who I got along really well with, and we started talking, Libby Schaff, and I said, oh, what? She goes, what'd you learn? I said, well, come on, I'm from Oakland, so it's the town of the clenched fist, and it's good at wrestling, arm wrestling, but it's not very good at the handshake. And she goes, Bedoya, you forgot something. I said, what? The sucker punch. So, as a politician, you're always aware of the sucker punch. And to that extent, but I was trying to get her to buy something I wanted her to invest in. I didn't get my way, but she didn't shut the door on me. Her term ran out, unfortunately. But I say a city has a workforce development strategy, a housing strategy, a policing strategy. I say Oakland needs to have a belonging strategy. And I say, here's what's already in a city. your libraries, your parks and recs, and your cultural affairs department deliver belonging to a city. And to that end, you need to invest in these kind of municipal agencies to do that. And then a little footnote here. I have to operationalize belonging. And one of the programs I designed was a cultural strategist and government program. It was a version where I had 12 departments in City Hall hire a strategist to help them on their belonging strategy. And what did that mean? It meant that the artist was hired as a thought partner, and not to make an object per se, but to make a policy argument around belonging that the transportation may use in its engagement work. So I'll just end it there, and I can talk forever about a bunch of other stuff.
And
I think I got
Roberto,
my
no, it's okay. No, it's good. It's good. I wanted to give, and let me toward the importance of what he just said. I wanted to give him time because what he's really talked about is a lot of what we've talked about today. We understand the needs, we understand the strategies, but the key word is operationalizing. Operationalizing. Anybody else want to add to a lot of what Roberto said? Anyone here? Yeah. B?
I think we deeply understand when it's not operationalized.
Yes.
I was one of the early engineers at Pandora, and that's based in Oakland. And I was telling Roberto I used to go through the Fruitvale station, and anyone who knows the name Oscar Grant understands the tragedy that happened there. And it took me decades or a very long time to be able to watch the movie Fruitvale Station. And it still sends chills through my spine to know that I could have been on the floor of that station and died there, and that I was walking over the blood of my brother. So we all know what it means. But then, like, it's nothing new because I also was in college when we watched the videotape of Rodney King being beaten within an inch of his life and thinking like, okay, we finally got them. We got them on video. Because, back then we didn't have a video camera in everyone's hands, and we still didn't get them. So, yeah, that we know the consequences of what it means to not happen.
B, I'd like to continue with you because I think you're hitting on a couple of key points. I want to ask you this question. Personally, you've written sci-fi that centers a black trans protagonist. What role does speculative storytelling play in imagining and reclaiming belonging in a world that often limits it?
So I thought very deeply about how I would answer this, and I think a little bit of context is needed. The book is called Fly Into the Sun. You can find it on Amazon. It's better to Google it first because Amazon doesn't like me for some reason. But the book was written as a way to survive the trauma that I had experienced. In 2020, my mom died in a car accident. And I realized at that moment that I didn't have the rest of my life to figure out who I was, and I had been wrestling with my gender identity since I was a child, but I had decided to put on boy drag so that I could just make it through the world. And when I realized that that was a bad decision, I was way into my 40s. So when I came out to my then spouse, it didn't go well. Now, mind you that she was already abusing me physically, emotionally, verbally, like on a constant basis. And I was already terrified of her, which is hard for people to understand, seeing that, I'm 6'2", black, all of these things, and she was 5'2", blonde, white, and but I still see like the rage in her feel the visceral feeling of her being angry with me and the inability to express any emotions. And so when that relationship came to an end, one of the things that she said to me was, she cheated on me at the end of the relationship, and she said to me, what do you expect when you transition your gender? And she threw the keys of the house at me and said, it's not like you're going to surgery and come out looking like Beyonce. And I took that as a personal challenge, actually. And that's where the name of the book, Fly Into the Sun, came from, where I created a character who was a fictional version of me, who lives her life trying to find the love of her life, which is statistically kind of impossible for a black trans woman who is, more attracted to women than anything else, and but literally travels through threads of reality in order to find the person that she loves.
Yes. But you reclaimed. That word stands out to me. Reclaiming belonging. So when I say that, when you say I reclaimed belonging, what does that say? How do you emphasize that?
I think when you experience life the way that I've experienced a lot of cis het privilege. Before I got fired from my job for being trans, I was making near $900,000 a year as an engineer. And then now to be kind of like I always calculate things, sorry. I calculated based on the amount of DMs that I get from dating apps and men inside of my DMs that, I get 300, sometimes 400 messages a day. And these are from men just within a 20-mile radius of my home, that 30% of the men who are actively on dating apps in any form or fashion are in my DMs. But these are men who would not be seen with me in public, and they would never want anyone to know that they are attracted to a trans woman, especially the black men. Sorry. Because in the black community, transphobia and homophobia is very, very strong.
It's true.
And, I can sense when people when their gaze is averted.
Yes.
And I catch them, looking at me, and but then on the other side of that, there's also walls to entering black womanhood.
Yes.
Because whereas I see black women greeting other cis black women with, hey, girl, they don't do that for me.
Yes.
So reclaiming it for me means understanding that my family and my community is going to look a lot different. Yeah. And that I have to be very choosy with who I allow into my space. Yeah. And that really turning it back on its head, for them to have the privilege to be in my space, the privilege to know me, the privilege to actually be called my friend or my family is something that they might never get because of their ignorance, honestly.
Yes.
So.
I want to thank you for the courage which you just displayed. I think we should thank her. I think we're living in a world of what I call schizophrenic empathy. We care about the things we care about, but when it comes to you, not so much. Where we're going is just to have empathy. You may not understand all of what's being said or all of what's being experienced, but reclaiming, I like this word, reclaiming belonging, has a lot to do with just having empathy, even when I don't understand. Because we all go through things, which I want to transition to Priya on this, because we are transitioning through ebbs and flows of life. So the question I have for you is, as you move, or as you've moved into a new phase of your career, because that happens as well. So you've moved towards consulting. Will your work still center around belonging? And what does that look like for you outside the structure of a museum?
Thank you for this question. It's the center of who I am. And so for me, belonging is the embodiment of who I am. It's not something I, practice, or there's a list of things that I have to check off. It's literally how I move in the world. That comes from a space of, me growing up, first generation American, first generation to go to college, first generation to work in the arts, third in the country for this position for art museums. So many firsts all the time, and sort of building out, space for myself, and in turn, wanting to channel and foster spaces for others, to find their own sense of belonging and celebration. And what does that look like? I went to a predominantly white Christian school in Seattle up until high school, where the experiences were very different from mine. And I was never seen in the history books, or in the stories that were being told, or the things we were reading. And then I got to high school, and I went to a public school that was a lot more diverse, got to learn about the civil rights movement, really was blown away by I want to be, I want to be a part of a movement. I want to be able to, foster this sort of belonging, whatever that looks like. I mean, I was walking around the halls as a 9th grader, as such a big smile, and always, just so joyful, because, and people were like, why are you so happy in school, or whatever? And I was like, because I'm feeling seen for the first time, and noticed and celebrated, and for me. And I was like, I don't know what that's gonna look like in terms of a career, but I want that. I want to be able to do that. And that's how that sort of translated into the rest of my life. High school, diversity committee, college, I was an American Ethnic Studies major, all of that stuff, and figuring out how do I translate that into the work that I'm doing, whether it was in, equity related work or not. And so I think being able to bring that in, to study it, to have that lived experience, and to also bring others along, and we rise together, because that's what I saw, and that's what I was given by so many mentors in the community in the work that I was doing, was they were saying my name in rooms that I wasn't in. And so they were using their leverage because they saw something in me. And so for me, it's my responsibility and joy to get to do the same thing with others, for others, and to be in service. And so that's something that I always carry with me. And so the ability to be able to be, truthful, authentic about who I am and how I am, and to have that be nurtured, celebrated, and fostered has been, my life's work, and the community that I was brought up in, both, my family as well as those around me. And so I carry all of them with me in the work that I do going forward. And so whether it's the museum, whether it's in the arts community in Seattle, whether it's, the book that Rhonda mentioned, I was an author. I co-authored a book and co-edited around small wins to sweeping change, around DEIA strategies in museums. And that came out in 2023. And it was a whole compilation of chapters written by folks in the museum field, 60 or 70% BIPOC authorship, which it was the first book of its kind. But for folks to be able to tell their stories from the field, and to be able to create a platform and a space to have those stories heard, especially coming out of 2020, 2021, when everyone was jumping on the bandwagon, and also being able to be truthful about what was working and what was not. Because again, coming down to who was embodying the strategies either before 2020 or like investing in the work, what did that look like? What did it turn into? What about the folks that were starting that work in 2020? You know, all those book clubs, if we remember, all those like, who can I, bake bread for or whatever, all that stuff, right?
Yes.
Just curious where that is now. But I want to be consistent in the work that I do and how I'm showing up for, those in my community and those outside of my community, and be able to be an advocate.
That is awesome, because the question for this panel was, where do we go from here? Do you hear the theme of reclaiming? You did a whole history of what was previous, what happened in 2022. You're in a situation where you're making a shift in your career, reclaiming everything from what B said. And Tim, I'm going to come to you next, and then Roberto, and stay on this theme, because I think that really is the question for what we're in. I think when right now we're in such a space of, and we heard this earlier through multiple speakers, uncertainty and lack of clarity. And I can tell you as an HR professional, those are the two words that you do not want in your organization. The enemy of employee relations is ambiguity. Anytime something is unclear, get ready, something is coming. But I love this theme of reclaiming. It's not going away. We need to reclaim it. You can call it something different, but it's not going away. We need to continue with the work. Tim, I want you to touch on, if you don't mind, hopefully you don't mind, I guess we're going to find out. Tim told me a story when we had a chance to speak earlier about someone who was trying to help him with some accessibility. In an effort to help him, they kind of made it worse, and I'm referring to the person printing out the big, huge board. Do you mind telling that story?
No,
real
I'd be
quick?
happy to. And by the way, lack of clarity is I'm used to lack of clarity. Being visually impaired, it's our the buzzword. So, but before I do that, I did think of the thing that might distinguish me from everyone else in this room. I think 25 years ago, I set off alarms in 2 different museums in the same day. So, my wife and I are at Cleveland Museum of Art. I got too close to something, and then the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Same thing, same day. So, if anyone else has done that, please let me know, because it'd be great to do a selfie and post that. A previous job I was invited. We had a staff meeting up in Toledo, and I worked down in Wood County, and this new VP had come into the organization and thought he would show, I don't know what, empathy or something, but so I've been legally blind since I was a teen. I've never had legally driven, and he knew that and went to a meeting, and the meeting was delayed by about 3 or 4 minutes because he printed off a large poster-sized agenda, like 24 by 18 or something, and then it got brought into me. So I was just horribly like everybody's looking at me. I felt very self-conscious. I'm a lot more confident today than I was back then. But at the same point, he never asked me if it would help. He just took it on himself to print this huge agenda. And I at the end of the day, it didn't help me. It wasn't large enough for me I still had to use my magnifier to read it. So, I thought it was maybe a nice intention, but it was way off target because it actually, I think, backfired. And if you don't mind me telling another story there, because we heard the power of storytelling. I think Rhonda even used that phrase earlier today, and then we've heard the powerful, impact of stories. But Roberto mentioned COVID and the societal, all the societal trauma of that. But somewhere shortly after COVID and the lockdown, I was in my hometown of Bowling Green and went to a fast food place I like to frequent, and they probably had a sign on, there was a piece of paper on the door, but I opened the door because it was unlocked, and I went in and stood for a few minutes at the counter, and all of a sudden someone looked up and said, "Oh, the lobby's closed." and they were all focused on the drive-up window. And I said, oh, well, since I'm here, can I get something anyway? And they're like, sorry, you got to go to the drive-through. And I said, well, I don't drive. Can I walk up to the window? And they're like, no, you can't do that. You got to be in a vehicle. And I said, can you like bring food out to me? You know, I was just trying. I was hungry. I wanted, and they say, sorry, lobby's closed. And I walked out, and then I still remember hearing the click of the lock behind me. And I wasn't angry at them because they were, you know, college students. But it made me realize, one, we were talking about awareness and how awareness is such an important thing. But I think what happens before awareness is leadership. And if you're in charge of a department, an organization, a family, anything, if you don't empower people to like, you know, yes, we have rules. Yes, the lobby's closed. But you've got a human being standing right across the counter from you who's just kind of already expressed that he can't get to the drive-up window. Empower people to like be human and to make it a policy to have ways to go against the policy. Build in those exceptions.
Clap for that. Yes. Let's clap for that.
And that is good. Yeah, good policy. The handbook should be a handbook, not a handcuff. Is my strategy.
Right. Did you
my
write that?
belief at work is like the employee handbook needs to be a handbook, not a handcuff. So,
Lord, okay, I'm gonna take a pause. A handbook, not a policy with empathy. Oh my God.
Dr. Maurice is going to preach on that later.
Ain't he? Hold on. Let it be said that Tim. No, it was really Tim, not me. So, yeah, just watch him on YouTube. A handbook. Okay, because you know it's out there. He can preach on it too. He can preach right now. Thank you for sharing that, Tim, because I think, Roberto, I had a conversation with you, and then, B, I'm going to come to you after this, because I have another question for you as well. Roberto, you talked about, again, I'm going to say this again if you don't mind sharing. You're in a transition right now, and you have given so much to the Oakland community, but your story's not over. There's so much more to give. If you could just frame up where you are now and kind of what your next step is.
I'm going to take my orders from Mark Folk. My next steps. I'm going to have to fucking go to the doctor.
That wasn't really the question, but it's relevant.
But,
Handbook, not handcuffs.
I'm sorry for that. Belonging is kind of an unfolding narrative.
Yes.
So there's always some. Let me lean into kind of an instinct I have. I clock disbelonging. You don't belong because you're brown. You don't belong because you're queer. You don't belong because you're disabled. I'm always like looking for that. And then I said, well, therefore, I better go in there and find out what's going on. And, the funny thing about being in this class pavilion and my job at City Hall and coming from the community, I always thought I was playing an inside-outside game. And here we are. There's a little bit of inside-outside here. And I think all of us in our professional lives probably do a little bit of an inside-outside. So, and then I'm punk enough to have fallen in love with Patti Smith, and I love her line, outside is the side I take. So that's kind of where my belonging begins, a little bit on the outside, and then I kind of go in, and then I go out, and then I go in. So who knows where I'll be next? In jail.
So before the police show up, B, help me out here. Because what we're transitioning to is, okay, we're going to start talking solutions, okay? B, you do advocacy for BIPOC communities now, queer and BIPOC communities. How do you cultivate belonging for others?
Well, I think that we can all agree that the primary way is that we need to make space for them to tell their stories. I first of all, I want to give a shout out to my handsome son and my beautiful friend Serena that came with me. My son's name's Josiah. Serena is back there as well. I recognize that in my community, there's not very many patented Ivy League NASA engineers. And a lot of my queer family doesn't have the opportunity. And so where I can find ways, I use my privilege and my body sometimes to pry open the door to bring them into the experiences. Now, the most powerful examples of this have happened for me, because if it wasn't for, my manager at NASA, I wouldn't be there. People were like, how'd you get hired at NASA? I was like, I just got hired off the kindness of somebody. I would love to say that they say, oh my God, you're so qualified, but I know that they don't see me as qualified, especially the people who are in leadership. They see me as a threat. So it was one person that said, you know what, you're actually dope, and we need you here. But it was just that one person, because all of the rest of the people who are in like middle management and that kind of thing, they can't stand me. But they also can't, they're also not smarter than me. So, so I think that if it wasn't for people prying open the door and holding open the door, and so that challenge is, like I always say in my mind, I haven't said it out loud yet, but in my mind, the next person to make a huge impact to pry their door open may not be a black person, may not be a queer person, may not be a woman. It might be a cis-het white man that says, you know what, enough is enough. Yes. And I'm calling out these people who need to be, why is it always that I have to address the trauma that they're putting on me when I know, because they're in my DMs,
Yes.
I know that they're dealing with all types of trauma. I know that they come from households where their parents didn't listen to them. I know they're coming from households where they were dealing with alcoholism and drug addiction. I know that they're dealing with all kinds of, neurodivergency and stuff happening in their own lives. And they use their power to traumatize me. Like, honey, I don't need to heal from very, very much, because I had a perfect childhood. I need you to heal from your trauma so that you can stop oppressing and put, what did she say? If my brothers would just take their foot off of my neck, then maybe we can get somewhere. So I think that by celebrating these people who have opened the door, and put their bodies in the way. One of the words of my NASA engineering manager, he said that, when the executive order came down, basically, and it said that, I'm not a person anymore, and all of these things was happening, and, the main campus that I work for Mission Control. I'm a adversarial threat intelligence engineer for Mission Control, and basically the executive order stated that, if I were to go to Houston, that I would have to go into the men's bathroom. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. And so I might not be able to be on that campus, especially in Florida would be even worse. I could be put in jail. And my manager on a private channel, not on the NASA government network, because that's being monitored now by whoever, Elon Musk and his little friends.
And other chat.
Right.
Used too.
He basically said, first of all, you are not a DEI hire. Not to say that being a DEI hire is anything bad, but he says you're hired on your merits, and if they're going to try to come for you, they're going to have to go through me. Yes. And I was like, God bless you. And that's also sexy because
she always ends on some kind of
usually man, but that's giving thank you.
I'm going to stay in this vein. Priya, I'm going to ask you the same question, and then Tim, I'm going to have you finish on this. When you think about the spaces and places you serve, how are you advocating for those spaces? And Tim, I'm going to ask you that same question. Then we're going to go to Q&A, okay? So Priya, then Tim.
Advocating for the spaces that I'm in.
Yes.
I think it's the ability to do it consistently and do it in the ways that I can. And it's the small ways that lead to the big things. I love to support, like, small businesses, women-owned, BIPOC-owned. So I'll put them on my story, for example, on my Instagram story, and be like, shout it out or whatever. And the other day I went to the bagel place by my house, and someone was like, hey, someone came here and said that you had sent them because they watched your story, kind of thing. And like, it's a small thing, but it's something that I can do, right? Sure. And I can show up consistently. I think in the work that I was doing at the museum, it was so important for me to meet with partners where they were, to be able to go to the things that they were hosting, not just expecting that they would come and they would want to be, in our space. But what does that look like to show up consistently, and not just one time, but consistently in support of others because we have aligned values. And I think that that's kind of like the ability to kind of center that. The practice that I'm working within right now in consulting and coaching is a framework of love, liberation, and abundance, and working with individuals and organizations who want to lead with that and whose values are that, but are stuck within scarcity, ego, and fear, as was talked about earlier. And so how do we sort of break out of that, and what does that look like? And that's a lot of self-work. And so the ability to get to align and be in service to and with folks that are like on the front lines. Now I'm working with, individuals and groups in food sovereignty work, or, human services departments and things like that are just like, those are the folks like doing so much to carry so much load in our communities right now during a time where ego, scarcity, and fear is exactly what's being manifested in order to keep us in a particular way, in a particular space. And the ability to be creative and to get creative around it is actually the huge opportunity here. So being able to serve coming from a space of that, and being able to reflect on what happened in my work at the museum, and like what went right, what went wrong, like, constantly sort of like, did I even manage to make anything happen, make any change, move anything? Because so many times it felt like 2 steps forward, 5 steps back in this work, and like being really harsh and critical on myself, and like really doing a lot of self-work of where is that coming from? What is that ego, for better or worse, or fear, or what people were thinking about me, or the way that I was doing it, like all these things that I'm thinking about and working through for myself is the ability to then be able to create spaces where others can also do that work as well, because everything we need is actually within us. And I refuse to allow what's going on right now to shake my faith in what's possible, and I'm going to continue to lead with love and abundance.
Oh, that's good. Amen. Everything we need is within us. Tim, you're going to close us out, and then we're going to go to Q&A. Same question.
For me, advocating for people who are blind or have low vision, I'd say 2 ways that I would do that. One is just by sharing some of my own experiences, and I think in telling some of the interesting stories that I've experienced. I had an older brother with the same eye condition, so as an example, I ride a bike, and yet I can't recognize the men's restroom sign. I can't see which restroom is which until I'm like 2 feet away. And that kind of people don't understand. Like, well, how do you ride a bike then? You know, so I think sharing some of those experiences just makes it more comfortable for people to ask. Because I do think most people, I think most people want to do the right thing, but the first time they might stumble through it and they don't know it, or they may say something that's awkward, or but to give that, to kind of create that space where, in telling an interesting story, and that's, my brother taught me to laugh about some of the things, because if I don't laugh, it's going to be, I'll cry. But to make the space comfortable for people to ask about it and say, well, I've always wondered, how do you blah 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 when you can't see? I think that's me personally. Then, as an organization leading an agency like the Sight Center in Northwest Ohio, to really provide services, staff development, awareness, sighted guide training, things like that, just so that we can help accelerate that throughout organizations. Like Katie mentioned, we've worked with the museum over the years for the touch tours, and we do sighted guide and other staff development awareness, just so that people can have a place where they maybe step into our shoes. We do experiences of, with blindfolded experiences to say, engage your other senses. What's that like? But for me personally, I have a huge, huge passion for trying to make people, especially employers, to say, look at the things that are emerging. Don't look at the thing that's diminishing, because when something's diminishing, especially something like eyesight, other things are emerging. Hearing, empathy, tenacity, perseverance, problem solving. I mean, they're not automatic that's emerging, but it creates the playground for these other strengths to emerge. And wouldn't you love to have somebody on staff that has empathy, that has good listening skills, maybe a good memory, problem solving, tenacity, and some of that. So I really am passionate about that, to look at the things that are emerging, not the things that's diminishing.
Emerging and not diminishing. Let's clap for this panel. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So we're not done. We have about 10 minutes. Okay. 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 All right. So 10 minutes for Q&A. So here's what I ask. No statements, questions, right? We love to hear from you, but ask a question. We're going to try to answer as many as possible, as succinct as possible, so we can get as much out of this segment as possible. So, you have a mic going on?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a mic going on.
So
Okay.
what I wanted to do quickly, we're looking for the sheet that has the DI. You have it. All right. Yay. We're all set. Okay. Fantastic. So we have a caravan going to the DIA tomorrow. Okay. We thought we lost that sheet. It is back to you. And let me tell you.
That was a PSA.
No, let me, yeah. I just want to tell you a best practice that we have here at the museum. So even if you can be heard without a microphone, because of accessibility,
Correct.
we always use a microphone. Yes. So I would like us to do that, and it would be fun if you have a question, if you could come on up to the podium and ask your question if you feel comfortable. If you do not, I can borrow a handheld and walk it out to you. So whatever your preference is. But come on up to the mic.
I'll walk.
You'll walk?
I'll
Okay,
serve.
yeah.
I'll serve. You have a question?
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thanks.
I can use the exercise. So. All right, go ahead.
So how do you handle when you're dealing with creating spaces of belonging, when people expect you to do the emotional labor for them, and also when in trying to create belonging, they just create performative diversity?
B, did you want to answer?
I'm really good at turning tables on people. And if they come to me trying to get me to do emotional labor, I start asking them questions. I love the Socratic method. I was a philosophy major in undergrad. So, yeah, I just kind of turn the tables and start asking questions, especially when the questions that they're asking me are pretty ignorant. Just like to turn the tables.
Okay. Anybody else have an answer? Tim?
I just have, one of my coworkers years ago told me that when it comes to being blind or having low vision, that especially on that you inspire me, like I shouldn't inspire you because I brush my teeth every morning or I fix my own breakfast. That type of kind of inspiration, I think, is often misplaced.
I think I get often asked like really silly, like, how do you feel about trans athletes? I'm like, oh God. Or like, what do you feel about like, trans people in the bathroom? And I'm like, as I said, just turn the table like, well, how do you feel about them? Like, well, it makes me feel uncomfortable. It's like, why? Like, what are you uncomfortable about? Like, what are you doing inside there? What's happening? And so, I mean, I just get up on their business, and so I think that self-reflection is the best teacher, honestly.
I'm gonna get B's phone number and say, just call B. Just call B, because she gonna tell you how you need to see it. Okay, we have a question here, right?
Yes. Hi, thank you, all of you panelists. It's been really lovely to hear from you. I'm Sarah from Cincinnati Art Museum, and I'm just curious, what is it about a cultural space that makes you feel comfortable, like you personally, when you walk in the doors or when you're having an experience in a museum or any kind of space where you want to belong, right? Like, what gets you there?
You may want to take that. Priya, you look like you're having a thought. No?
I do.
Okay.
I think I'm going to actually talk about it from like a more personal space of, I know a lot of people. I'm from Seattle, so I have a really big community. And what I'm starting to really appreciate are like the friendships of people that have just like seen what I need and are able to show up for me. The role I was in was, a lot of emotional labor, a lot of exhaustion, a lot of like, I would share with others that they need to take care of themselves. And I got to a point where, I ended up taking like some leave, just because I could tell, it was really getting to me. And literally I had people that showed up in my life that were like, come with us to like our place that's, a few hours away, and just, we celebrate your sleep. Your goal is to sleep as much as you possibly can, and then we will feed you, and you can go back to sleep or whatever you want or whatever you don't want. And like, those are those things where, like, it's not about what they want. They're like, Priya, of course we would love to spend time with you. And we celebrate you and your rest and what you need. And those are the folks that like help me get here and get to a place where I'm starting to be able to have clarity again and be able to understand the magnitude of what I did over 9 years and the emotional toll that it took, and also the recovery. And so I can start to come from a place of abundance again, because I had people show up for me. And to me, that's what, like, wow, that's what an ally or an advocate, or somebody that shows up looks like. And I think to me, that's what belonging actually looks like, is somebody that doesn't ask for anything in return, but sees me and recognizes and meets me with, what I need without me even having the words to describe it. And I think, when I think about how that translates into a space, a formal space, it's also like just me being able to see myself reflected in, the art. And not just like ethnically, but other interests also. It's me, it's seeing different folks that are there to greet me when I walk in the door. It's like all the way from like the inside out. And the ability for me to engage with the art in a way that's either, if I want to come by myself, I can totally do that. If I want to bring a whole group, I can do that too. And where I don't have to be always told no or policed, because I find that a lot. And so when I don't, feel that feeling of being policed or watched all the time or whatever, yeah, I have a loud laugh. It's going to happen, yes. Rhonda said, But I like to be places where that is celebrated.
Thank you. And we have one last question, and then we're going to transition. Okay.
Hi, thank you, everyone. My name is Drew. I'm a landscape architect, primarily working in public space and civic institutions. I primarily came to this because I was wanting to understand more about art in public space, but I've been kind of floored with the kind of continued kind of verification that libraries and public parks are kind of the first area where belonging happens, and that's traditionally about 80% of my work, actually working on a library here in Toledo. And kind of wanting to understand the panel, I know you guys have already said that those are great places, but what can libraries and public parks do better to foster belonging?
Roberto, if that's not a question for you. Now, Roberto, I just want to say
sort of
now.
goes, did I tell this story already? Maybe I told it out there. So when I was with my mayor, my former mayor, Libby Schaff, we got along really well. And I think I already told this story. Maybe I didn't. But basically, I was trying to get the city to create a belonging strategy that would operate alongside workforce development strategy, safety strategy. Every department has a strategy. And I said, your belonging strategy in a city context are given, there are three entities that do that: Parks and Recs, libraries, and cultural affairs. Libraries are wonderful sites of belonging. I mean, I go to the library once a week, twice or whatever. It's just up the road from me. And I'm an undocumented egghead. I'll just walk around, and I can lose myself for hours. But I think libraries are a site of belonging because it's a place of reflection. It's a place of understanding where knowledge is that exists in the world. It's a place of quiet. And there's a wonderful sort of liberation associated with being in those kind of spaces. And I think that's maybe a quality of belonging.
Incredible. Oh, B,
Can I
go
just
ahead.
add
Finish this out. Go ahead, B. Go ahead, B.
Can I just add one thing? I think seeking out marginalized artists, and even if you don't feel like you're marginalized, or you're like, well, I'm straight, so why would I, be interested in queer art? Like, it's still a part of humanity. You don't have to, by you seeking out an art form that is not of your experience doesn't mean you're going to catch the queer likeness. I mean, and maybe you might, I don't know, but I have my friend Serena here. Please, go ask her. I'm super calling her out right now. Ask her about her art. Her art is freaking amazing. My son, I'm gonna just blow him up and be like, he's, worked for Pixar. He's done stuff for Kendrick Lamar. He's amazing. You show interest and find people who are on the edge of just finding their way into those main spaces, and you never know, you might find someone that is actually speaks a lot to you, even though they're not part of your experience. And I think the same goes with people who are doing art for public spaces. I mean, it doesn't always have to be someone who comes from some big umbrella kind of situation, or someone who's went to RISD or whatever. It can be someone who's just amazing at being themselves without any credentials.
That is awesome to end on. Let's clap. And if you know who's going to introduce me to Kendrick as well, this is her son here, and you're Serena?
Tim.
Serena.
This is Serena, if you want to get to know Serena, okay? So look, the goal here, you heard a lot of themes. Reclaiming belonging. Advocacy. Policy, I'm going to say it wrong. See, I'm going to say it wrong. What is Brother Snake going to preach on? What was the word? It was...
handbooks, not handcuffs.
Handbooks, not handcuffs. But the one thing, and I'll actually borrow from Brother Sinet as well, is he said, the power is here. We have to stop. We should demand, we should ask, but it shouldn't stop there. If you influence the sphere of your relationships, imagine all these Venn diagrams in this room. Did I say that right, Brother Sinet? Imagine what we could do. So let's thank this panel. We appreciate you, Tim, B, Roberto, Priya. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone, we will get started. If you could take your seats. Had a nice break here. Hope you got your coffee and tea and water. This is our final session. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I've been really inspired today. Yeah, really inspired. And I have quotes for days, right? There were some gems dropped today. We have a wonderful fireside chat. We thought this would be a good way to conclude this amazing symposium's first official day. We had the opening kickoff yesterday, and we do have 2 speakers tomorrow that are dynamic. They will be talking about technology and belonging. You do not want to miss that. It will be right back here. Same bat time, same bat channel, 8 to 8:50 will be the continental breakfast. Those muffins, really? I didn't know we had those here. I'm going to get good with Chef Joe, right? And then we'll have the session will start immediately at 9 a.m., and then we will conclude around 11:30. And for those of you going to the DIA, I would suggest leaving no later than about noon to get there at 1 o'clock. So that is the order of the day. Our next fireside chat, called Belonging Perspectives from and Ideas for the Field, is none other than our esteemed director, Dr. Adam Levine. He is the gentleman that I waxed poetic about earlier, about instituting the whole concept of belonging for this institution and embedding it in every single thing that we do. As we've been saying all day, the full bios are through that QR code in your program. You can read that, but I will read an abbreviated bio. Dr. Adam Levine is the Edward Drummond and Florence Scott Libby President, Director, and CEO of the Toledo Museum of Art. He previously served as the George W. and Kathleen I. Gibbs Director and CEO of the Coomer Museum in Jacksonville, Florida. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Levine. We're so pleased to have our main field association representative here with us. I'll be coming to LA to the convening of the American Alliance of Museums. We have none other than Grace Stewart. She leads the American Alliance of Museums Diversity, Equity, Accessibility, Inclusion, and Anti-Racism initiatives as Associate Vice President of Museum Practice Management and Coalition Building. She is also an adjunct instructor in the Hines College of Information Systems and Public Policy at Carnegie Mellon University. Please welcome Grace Stewart.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry that I couldn't spend more time with you, but it seems like it's been a pretty great day, huh? it's going to be made even better now because you are actually going to see my management style and practice do almost no work and rely on the brilliance of the people around you to carry the day with great insights. But so I think just to start with a personal reflection as we dive into the first question. I was at the Toledo Museum of Art for 6 years before leaving to take the directorship in Jacksonville at the Cumber Museum of Art and Gardens. And part of the reason I left was because I had a certain theory about how to operationalize belonging, right, wrong, right. I had ideas that I wanted to try. Into one of the questions about how you can make change without sort of control. It's harder, you can influence, but I had an opportunity to run a ship and I wanted to give it a go. So I went down there, and one of the things that we created was a position that was called the Director of Community Development, which was sort of the first pass at this idea that eventually became the Director of Belonging position that Rhonda had, which has now evolved into a position related to advocacy. And to note, that was a change that we made, we started talking about more than 18 months ago. So that was not a change that was sort of was responsive to the past few months. But what it does demonstrate is that language changes. And I bring that up because, Grace, you have a title, right, that is different than the title when we started talking about the symposium. So I just thought it would be helpful for people here to hear a little bit about the internal conversations about how that title would evolve based on the work you were doing and would continue to do, and how you landed on this specific title.
Yes, well, all of my friends back at the Alliance, I'm sure, are laughing because it was a long, drawn-out process of how we landed on this title. Similar to the shift in Rhonda's title, it was months and months in the making, long before we arrived at this moment. And so I was previously the Director of Equity and Inclusion, and a lot of the work that we were doing at the Alliance was about embedding that work into all of our major initiatives and projects. So I was leading an Excellence in DEAI initiative along with my colleague Julie, and was also working very closely with our advocacy team, was working very closely with the Center for the Future Museums, and we started to recognize that there were so many areas where we had very small departments that were, 1 or 2 people, and so we started to come together in an informal way, just so that we had thought partnership and to make sure that we were aligned in our values and that those values were being embedded into all of our work. And through that, we ended up forming almost an informal team. We called it the SING team, which stood for Strategic Initiatives Nexus Group, because we couldn't really pick a name, but then we had jam sessions. And what we ended up realizing was that all of this work was all related to each other, and it was very interconnected, and we needed to break down those silos. And so what we really started focusing on was, if we were embedding our concepts of DEAI, of belonging, all of our institutional values into how we work, then we could just call it museum practice. It's just practice management. If you're going to be an excellent museum, these are fundamental to how you run your museums. And so we started focusing on how that is just embedded, how we are exemplifying that in our field. And then the other work that we were doing really was around coalition building. And I think for us, coalition building is becoming more and more important. We're hearing that with all of the speakers today. But what we were seeing was that we as a field are facing large issues, and as an alliance, we really wanted to embody what an alliance is. It's all of us together. And so I know in the past, the alliance has often positioned itself as the kind of default leader in the field, which sometimes is true and sometimes is probably not the best place for us to be positioning ourselves. And what we really are interested in being is a healthy partner in a healthy ecosystem. And that in order for our field to face the issues that we're facing, that we have to do that together and be able to position ourselves where we can make the most impact and leverage and uplift and support and be in alignment with all of our other association friends, with all of our museums, with the larger museum ecosystem, and that in order to do that, we have to refocus on coalition building. And so that really became really where we're focusing a lot of our work right now. And so that's how that title evolved.
And I have to say, it maps pretty closely onto our experience here, in that the decision around changing Rhonda's title very much had to do with, after she was hired, we invested a lot of resources against our commitment to belonging. We endowed a position for the manager of access initiatives. We created a plan in which belonging was integral and operationalized across everything we did. And we hired a director of people and or chief people and culture officer, so it became part of our culture and pushed through. And of course, culture is not a top-down thing. Culture is the emergent phenomenon of everyone's individual actions. So the success is a function of the team, whom you've all met today, right? Not sort of positions, but you have to create structures and systems that support these ideas. So, that's one experience, but you, right, I get to talk about Toledo, you get from your perch to see everything happening across the field regardless of what your title is. So tell us a little bit about what you're seeing across the field. What are some of the commonalities you're seeing and how sort of museums are navigating this terrain, how they're thinking about belonging, and maybe some of the differences maybe between types of museums, zoos, art museums, geographies, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's been, we've been tracking a lot of data. That's one of the advantages of being at the Alliance is we do have that field-wide perspective. And so we had started tracking some data around how museums were responding to DEI, to belonging, to all of these different values that we're talking about. And we had a survey done in 2017 that was looking particularly at museum leadership. And we redid that survey in 2023. And we're starting to see at that point some shifts, which is very exciting. And we know our field sometimes moves slow, but it's moving. And so one of the key data points that we noticed that was shifting was we saw that in 2017, almost 50% of all museums had boards that were 100% white, that had absolutely no ethnic or racial diversity. And just 5 years later, that number was down to 27%. And so we're seeing that there is some shifts happening at that leadership level. And so we've also been seeing a lot of trends around our accreditation process. So the American Alliance Museums holds our accreditation process. So we have an accreditation commission that reviews museums through a peer review process. And when we're seeing the self-studies come in, when we're having peer review reports come in, we're realizing that one of the things that museums have been highlighting is the work that they're doing around belonging, the work that they're doing both internally and externally to make sure that people have a place, that they are empowered. And so a lot of our response to like our Excellence in DEI initiative was about recognizing the work that museums are already doing and making sure that that's embedded into the standards and that that's embedded into how they operate and being able to give them credit for that work. And so that was showing up without there necessarily being a specific line item in that process that says you must do this in order to be accredited. And so we're seeing it reflected in what people are putting forward as the things they're most proud of. And so I'm naming all of these things because we had seen such a shift over the last 5 years, and then we arrived at this moment. And so we've been asking our institutions to be deeply engaged in this work, and now all of a sudden we're in a space where that work is being questioned. And so what we've been seeing in terms of across the field in this moment, in terms of how people are responding, we saw at first like a pretty large wave of fear, right? And we've talked about that a little bit today, and people were afraid for a lot of different reasons. They were afraid of losing their funding. Our field is still recovering from the financial impacts of the pandemic. And so, threats of funding are very real threats for us. We also saw that people were afraid of being sued, and often what I was hearing was that people were afraid that their staffs might be impacted. Is this going to put them in danger? How do I protect my people in this moment? And is it safer to be quiet than to become a target? And so that was what I would say is almost the first wave. And now what we're seeing is that there are so many institutions that are saying, we've gotten over our initial emotional reaction, not that there's not a new emotional reaction every week, but what we're seeing now is moving from reaction to response, and the fact that our values are not changing, and maybe our strategies change, maybe our language changes, but we are hearing from institutions that are saying it's not possible for us to scrub this from what we do, it is who we are. And we're hearing that from the institutions that have deeply embedded this work, but we're particularly hearing that from our institutions that are culturally specific and culturally responsive, because it's not possible for them to scrub this. So, for example, at our Museum Advocacy Day this year, we were hearing from a lot of the members of AAAM, and so the Association of African American Museums, that were saying, we can't take these words out, it's who we are. You're asking us to erase ourselves, and that's not possible. And I think what we're seeing is that so many people have been doing this work, and while there's still a long way to go, it's not possible to move backwards in that way. Some of the things we're seeing in terms of differences across the field is as we're working more on coalitions. There's been a really, I think, strategic effort for our partner associations and for us to be really specific about where we hold influence and where certain issues are mission aligned. So, for example, as we're working with our science museums, they are really focusing on climate change, on issues that are related most directly to science. Our history museums and history associations are looking at certain attacks on history that are happening. Our art museums are focusing on censorship. And so some of that has been a way to, when we're feeling overwhelmed and there's so many things to focus on, that we're able to work together to be able to focus on the specific things that we're seeing. So those are, I think, some of the larger trends. We also put out a survey asking museums how they were feeling impacted during this time and what their largest concerns were. And unsurprisingly, funding is the largest concern, and I feel like is always the default answer for us. It's always a concern, but that was very, very closely followed by how can we continue to serve our communities, fulfill our missions, if we are now having to work through all of these barriers. So the questions weren't about, what's gonna happen to this one special program. It was, we can't do our work, and we can't do our work well if we're not able to engage in belonging work. It's essential to what we do. And so the fear really was around how do we move forward. And again, while that's all like scary and upsetting, it's also really encouraging that this work is becoming more deeply embedded in our practice.
Certainly, I mean, the reports that you put out demonstrate, I mean, the numbers do speak for themselves. The question is, will the trend continue? Again, sort of feel like my role here is to give like the super narrow, and complement to the super broad. So I recall in 2021, we added 3 trustees to our board, which is big but not ungovernable. 27 max, 24 currently. I will name the individual, right? So we added 3 trustees in that cohort, one of whom is Dr. Romulus Durant, who is the superintendent of Toledo Public Schools. And I remember speaking to a national arts journalist who suggested that Dr. Durant's appointment was to move the demographic needle. To which I said, that is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. He's a CEO, which means he knows how to manage a board, which is very important, right? You don't want a board stepping over, right, in the management line of things. He manages 17,000 people, an $800 million budget, right? There's plenty of access to capital, right? And they are our number one partner. Why on earth wouldn't you want Dr. Durant on the board? And I bring this up just to say, belonging work is also not an extra thing, right? So connecting this back to the first point, we don't have to fall victim to these either or conversations. They're actually both and, because the nature of what we do is to serve communities. So we need to find the partners that can move the needle in serving our communities, and it should come as no surprise that then our stakeholders will represent our communities. So our board is now more representative of, is more diverse than the Toledo Metropolitan Statistical Area. And I think, well, thank you. But you heard from one of our trustees, I think he would tell you, the conversations are incredible. It's the most strategic the board has ever been, right? Those two things are directly correlated. I mean, I think, again, just one small example, but you were going to say, Grace?
Oh, I was just going to back that up. Our data shows the same thing. There's a direct correlation as we see museums and their boards are diversifying. It directly correlates and maps onto the effectiveness of board engagement in fulfilling the organization mission. So there's very clear trends that we can point to across the field that is absolutely true.
It is the same thing you see in our board evaluations every year. It is the favorite thing about the board are the different points of view that emerge in the conversations. So those are sort of general, and obviously now I've sort of given a case study, but I'm wondering if you would provide, and you can keep the institutions anonymous, any case studies that you would call out as particularly good examples of institutionalization or operationalizing belonging work. Just the whole premise, and we heard some things that folks called out in the roundtable as we went around. But what are some best practices that you have seen at various institutions, and you thought, oh my gosh, let's dog ear that. That's something that we need to amplify in future AAM publications.
There's so many things, and you have a AAM publication in your goodie bag, so you can see lots of examples of some of the great work that's happening from the field. I think the examples that stand out to me most specifically are, again, the museums that double down on their values during times of crisis. And so when things are hard is often the hardest time to live into those values. And we heard earlier, when you have a lot of stuff in the way, so when you're stressed, when you're fatigued, for our field, when we have financial challenges. And some of what I had seen that I think has been really inspiring is, there was a museum that, particularly like coming out of the pandemic with financial, challenges, we're looking at they might have to downsize their staff. And that is a reality for so many institutions. And it's a really challenging reality. And so instead of deciding to redo their budget with the board and at the senior leadership level, they decided to open that up to any staff member that wanted to participate in that process, that it would be a truly democratic process. And one of the first barriers they came across was that, well, we have a lot of staff that don't necessarily have what we would consider the expertise to be able to make some of these strategic decisions, right? Not everyone knows how to read like our financial sheets and look at our accounting numbers. Not everyone, knows how certain things are working. And so instead of allowing that to continue to be a barrier, their trustees on their board actually started holding open office hours so that they could walk any staff member through any of those processes, could train them in anything that they needed to know about so that they were equipped to come to these conversations and fully participate. And it was a collective decision about where they would downsize, how they would reorganize. And they ended up having staff that voluntarily decided that they would step back. And it ended up being a much more humane process, and a process that allowed the full staff to feel empowered. And that empowerment is also a part of that sense of belonging. And so that one was one that really stood out to me, and how often during times of crisis we close ourselves into rooms to make those decisions, but this was a way that they made decisions in a very democratic way. It took a long time, and so their board and their staff had to also be comfortable with some ambiguity for a while. So they went for almost a year without a strategic plan, without a budget, as they worked through this process, but decided that that was more important than trying to rush things through and make a decision from the top. And those are hard decisions to make when you have money on the line, when you're not sure if you're going to be able to make payroll or you're going to continue to operate. But they decided that it was still the most important thing to do. So that was one that I love. We also see it, again, it's so often the unsexy work that happens, like where this is really happening in institutions. Our external work is often the things that we talk about, and it's the things that funders like to fund and that people like to see, but the real work is happening in uncelebrated ways, right? It's the messy work, it's the unheard about work, it's the work people aren't necessarily talking about. And so the places that we're starting to see that is actually showing up in people's strategic plans, in their budgets, the kind of unsexy things, again, that these documents are also value statements. And so instead of seeing institutions that are, again, for things like accreditation, are turning in, just any of those documents, they're being embedded. And so, for example, we had a fantastic collections policy that came in for review, where their commitment to equity, to diversity, to repatriation was so deeply baked into the policy, it didn't need to be called out. There weren't special sections for it. It was just fully integrated into their policy, and it's one that is highlighted as a sample document in our sample document library, and that we have then used as examples as we create our own templates and our own resources. So we're seeing that it is getting like that deeply embedded work, and it's not always the things that show up in the magazines, right? Which there's a lot of great things in the magazines. You should read them. I know some of you in this room have articles in those magazines, but it really is some of those more specific examples. We're also seeing museums being more courageous about what their mission means. And so, for example, like the Newark Museum of Art that is building housing in response to what their community actually needs. And so being able to step back and say, our mission is a little bit broader than maybe what we thought it was. Or in order to fulfill our mission, we might have to think about how we do that differently, and are willing to step into a completely different space and create affordable housing within their neighborhood. So I think some of those are the examples that I personally am feeling inspired by.
Well, let's talk about another one of those unsexy areas, but I think it's probably one of the most important ones in creating a culture of anything, including a culture of belonging, which is how you hire and how you train. Right? I think that moment of the decision about the skill set that you're looking for, the way that you post, the way that you interview, right, and then the way that you onboard, does a lot for the long-term success of the culture that you're trying to create at an institution, or frankly, does you in. And that includes sort of expectation management, right? So I'm just curious, in terms of that work, what are you seeing on what we would call the people and talent side, but the HR side, particularly in relation to hiring and training across the field, and how that might intersect with belonging work?
Sure. So we had some great presentations today. I know Mika started us out with looking at some of that structured hiring. And we had a great conversation at our table where some of the work that we're seeing is really starting with the job description and how you even decide what the qualities are that are needed. As we're thinking about what is merit for these roles, we also have to think about what are like the actual qualifications needed for the roles. And so often we have institutions that have had job descriptions for many, many years that they have recycled and reused, and there's a lot of language in there that maybe is outdated or that really isn't necessary for that job. And so really starting from the very beginning, before we even start thinking about the type of person that we might need, is really what is the core function of this role, what are the core competencies, and then what are the things we're willing to train on. So that's been another challenge, I think, like in our field, is that there's often not a lot of opportunities for training once you arrive at your institution, particularly if you're at a small institution where you don't necessarily have someone right above you that has the same job. And so you're really, what we've been seeing is asking institutions, and we've been seeing institutions, we've been doing this ourselves, is as we're laying out the job descriptions, like what budget are you allocating for training? What are the parts of this job that you can train someone for versus what they need when they first get there? How are you going to continue to invest in this position to set them up for success? And so all of that work is happening before you even put the job description out. And then at that point, a lot of the things that we're seeing is as we're thinking about who we're bringing in, is what is the institution doing to prepare themselves for new employees? We so often ask everyone else to fit into the culture that already exists at our institutions versus how is our institution shifting so that it is a place of belonging, it is a place of welcoming for the folks that we might be bringing in. And so that work is happening, again, before anyone ever gets to your institution. And I think having that intentionality is really important.
So I'm cognizant of the fact that it's the end of the day, right? And so we're playing this game of letting everyone get on with their nights, right? But also wanting to wait out the rain that started for those who aren't. So I'm gonna ask one more question of you so that we can wind down on time for our part and then open it up to the audience for questions. So I'm curious. So you're obviously here as the representative of the museum field, for better or for worse, right? One person who gets to speak for the whole field. But I am sure, just like people from around, well, not just the museum field, creative industries, Toledo area, but just as we convene at an AM conference, there must be convenings for conveners. You must have peers who do your work and other professional organizations, and you must talk to each other about what's going on in your professional organizations. How are those conversations going? Right, because you're doing work too. You're not just sort of listening to us. So what are you all saying to each other about your work, and what are things you're seeing in other sectors that you think we should avoid and or that we should do?
That's a great question. So yes, we have lots of peers in the sector. Honestly, there's a lot of similarities. So particularly if we're looking at the nonprofit sector and mission-based organizations, where I think a lot of the challenges can be very similar. So we're all dealing with funding challenges. We are all dealing with current attacks on our fields right now. But I think some of the challenges that we're seeing is really thinking about, we work in a highly specialized field. And so other sectors that have like highly specialized fields have a lot of job competition. And so anyone working in the museum field knows how difficult it is to get a job in a museum and how long you might be an emerging professional or how long it takes to land that first job or how many years you have to volunteer for free before you can get in the door. And when you have a highly competitive field like that, it makes belonging more challenging because people are seeing themselves as competition instead of collaborators. And you are constantly trying to figure out how to be better and how to, fit in, and that can be really challenging. So that is something that we're seeing across multiple sectors that have these highly specialized areas. And so some of that, again, is how do you offer training, like once you're into a role versus expecting that right up front. We've also been hearing from folks that are questioning like how many graduates are we putting out into the field, and is that an ethical decision if there are not jobs for them? And I think what that's really showing us is that there's so many problems we can't solve alone, whether that's the museum sector or any other sector. We have to work together on some of these issues. Museums can't necessarily control the number of applicants and the applicant pool that's coming out of universities. We can't necessarily control the economic issues within our communities unless we decide to engage in those things. And so a lot of what I'm hearing across the sector is a desire for larger coalitions. We've been hearing that we've been working much more closely with our library association. We've been working more closely with education associations, with other nonprofit associations, because this is work we all have to do together. And we are all interconnected. And I think that this moment perhaps has shown us that more than ever, that what impacts one sector, what impacts one field, is going to impact the others. And so we have to be prepared to support one another. So we see that, for example, with universities and higher education. And we'd been watching for several years as different things were coming down the pipe for them. And what are we doing to prepare for similar things? We can see that as libraries come under attack, museums are probably next. And instead of waiting for our turn, we need to be working together in the beginning. And so that's a lot of what I'm hearing, which actually is really exciting and helpful for my job. But it's been really interesting to see that there's so much interest right now in collaboration. But I think in a lot of ways, it's a recognition that that's the only way forward, and that's how we will survive. So I think some of that has been interesting. I think some of the lessons that we can learn from other fields is what we've seen is there's been patterns of folks that are over-complying or complying very early with the hopes that that will help them avoid being targets or will help them kind of slide under the radar, that didn't come to pass. That's not what happened. And so some of those early lessons of if that's not going to save us, then what are we going to do? If we are already targets, if we are already the ones that are standing in support of our communities, if there isn't any hiding in that way, then what does it look like to be strategic? What does it look like to be courageous? What does it look like to be in service? And what risks are we willing to take? And so I think we're learning some of that from other sectors that have either stepped up and taken some of those risks, like our libraries. I know we had lots of shout outs for libraries today. And then we've seen it, in both directions, I think, in higher education, like those that are, kind of becoming a little softer on what their values are versus those that are willing to stand their ground. And the fact that the impacts aren't really that different between the two. So if we're going to be impacted anyway, then we should probably be standing on our values.
So I promised I would end on a hopeful note. But before I sort of wind us down, I figured maybe now's a good time to open up for questions of the audience, if people have them. And do we have a mic that we're going to circulate, or should we? Great. And if you could just wait for the mic to make it over to you, just so we can make sure that everyone can hear it. And then I will thank Grace and wind us down. But I think we probably got time for 3 or maybe 4 questions, depending on the questions.
Good evening. Thanks so much for hosting this. I'm wondering how funders are responding to this. How you think funders are responding to this. Specifically, I'm wondering if you're noticing that maybe private foundations, corporate and community foundations, major donors are understanding the needs for arts agencies and museums to protect their values and sort of compensating for what the federal government is doing by offering alternative sources of funding. Is that happening? Do you see that happening?
It's starting to, but it was very quiet for a while. And some of that, our foundations are also under attack right now and are also facing their own fears. But we are starting now to hear from some of our larger foundations as they are making more money available, as they are kind of changing their funding priorities to be responsive to this moment. So I feel like we're on the very beginning of that wave. It is, but I think it is starting to happen. I think another thing that's encouraging as we think about hopeful notes, I had a friend call this week and let me know that her church had signed a congregational pledge with several other churches that they were going to allocate a portion of the budget, their annual church budget, to support museums. and because they had shared beliefs, right? They believe in truth and they believe in service. And so we're seeing people step up in ways that we hadn't before. And so while there are these small steps to fill in these gaps, I think it's a moment where people are recognizing that they can't necessarily rely on someone else to be that savior. So again, it begins with us, that we all have a role to play, and every little bit of that helps. And so for me, like, that was such an encouraging moment. Like, they didn't, they weren't asked to do that. They cared, and they saw that there was a need, and they knew that they were an organization that fills needs, and that they could be working in alliance with people of similar values. And so for me, like, that was particularly encouraging. We've also been seeing kind of unsolicited donations to the Alliance with messages attached like, we love museums, please make sure they're still here tomorrow. We believe in history and make sure that, our museums can continue to tell the truth. And so we're seeing the public become more engaged in a way that I've not necessarily seen recently. And so I'm hopeful that our larger foundations will continue to come along, and I think that will be important and helpful. But I'm also really excited by the fact that everyday people are standing up and saying that they have a role to play in making sure that the institutions they care about continue to exist.
So I'd like to elaborate on that and sort of, for better or worse, you're going to get a dose of how I think. I said last night, for those of you who were there, that change, even if it's change that one doesn't agree with, is the thing that presents opportunity. So building off what Grace said, I also want to encourage everyone to think about how one can grow without federal funding. So a good example, which I think may or may not come to pass, right? But there's been a lot of modeling done about what would happen to public television if federal funding for public television were to officially sort of go away. And there would actually be a surge of funding for 2 years as people step into the fray to support public television because the funding was threatened, which doesn't mean that there would be more than 2 years of funding, but it does mean there's 2 years to figure out a different model, demonstrate impact, and try and entrench that new giving. So I think one of the things that is true of any organization, I heard a few people say that they were intrigued by the agile operating model, which I will say on behalf of our team is more work for the team, right? So there is no perfection, but I will also say that last year we promoted 38 people. We have 217 employees, so that's a promotion rate that's 3 times the nonprofit average. So it does work. But the point of bringing that up is, we sometimes conflate best business practice with corporate culture. You can have best business practice without corporate culture. So one thing that is true, whether you're a nonprofit or a for-profit entity, is if you can invest against the market, if you can invest in a downturn, you win. So whether that investment looks like consistent values, right, be who you are, or whether that investment literally means you can find ways to get more money when less money is available, then there's an opportunity for you to win. So this idea that people would be supportive when an institution would be incrementally more supportive when an institution seems like it's in need is actually an opportunity for your fundraising departments. It's actually an opportunity for a different type of appeal. And I also think it's really important to say there's not that much political correlation there. So I've also recently joined the board of the University of Toledo, and it is a helpful talking point for me as a museum director to say museums and libraries are the most trusted organizations in America, because it's true. And universities, as you probably all know, are much less trusted. But a very funny thing happens when you ask people how they feel about the university near them. Toledoans might, on average, not trust universities, but they sure do trust the University of Toledo and Bowling Green State University. So you, as a local museum, have a much deeper connection with fundraising opportunities in your community when it's their home museum that's under threat. There's not a lot of political correlation there. So it doesn't mean that we don't all wish that there was federal funding for museums still, but and there may still be, just sort of repackaged. But I would also say, how can this be an opportunity? If you use that thought structure, then you'll take some of those anecdotes that Grace just shared and you'll be able to parlay them into a strategy. which may not be long-term sustainable, but it provides a bridge to something that could be. Other questions? Okay, we can wait for the mic. Thank you, Marley.
So a question earlier, you were talking about board diversity and all the great conversations that have come as a result of that. And I'm wondering, typically we think of diversity and we think of race, gender, orientation, but have you seen examples where board diversity has been more in terms of class and thinking of socioeconomic status? Have you seen a single mother with 3 kids, who works full-time sit on a board, or someone who's retired and is living purely off of Social Security sit on a board?
Yes, we have been seeing an increase in socioeconomic diversity. And a lot of that comes back to policies and how we actually structure our boards, what our give-get asks are, what the requirements are for the board. And so some of that starts with the policies of the board and how do we change those systems so that they're more accessible. And then some of it has to do with just the unwritten procedures, right? So for example, we had a museum that realized, there were folks that were volunteers at their museum that really wanted to be on the board, but couldn't be because all the board meetings were during the day and they had to go to work and they couldn't just get off work and they weren't in a role where they had the authority to just, take an hour or 2 off. And so they ended up changing when their board meets so that their board meetings would be accessible and people would be able to, be able to see themselves joining that board. So yes, we are seeing that shift, but in order for that shift to be sustained, it also comes with a shift in policy and a shift in practice in order to allow that to happen.
And then just to connect, in our experience, so certainly socioeconomically, right, and then in all the ways above the proverbial waterline, right. But I think to sort of the broader question, so it goes without saying that I don't want to misrepresent. We have 27 trustees. There are 8 billion people on Earth. We're not going to capture every dimension, but a huge part of it is also your pathway into governance. Because it is actually not reasonable to expect a trustee to not understand how to govern. What is unreasonable is to not use your committee structure and your advisory committee structure to invite folks in and begin them on a path of learning how to govern so that they can matriculate into trusteeship, and that we have begun. So we actually restructured in our last sort of bylaws rewrite to allow for a much more flexible spinning up and spinning down of working groups, with the entire idea of being able to expose more folks to good governance and then build out our pool, right? So Janetta Cole was sort of a mentor of mine, and she always said, don't use the word pipeline. It sounds like a very uncomfortable place to be in a pipeline. So I try to avoid that word. But so I would say where we are, just because we're a few years in, is we are building out a much more diverse pool in every which way and giving folks opportunities, much like in the Agile model, that will matriculate into a different sort of board composition in due course. But it is not, I think, speaking for the board, with the trustee in the room, always a dangerous thing, anyone's interest in creating like a 70-person board, because sometimes I think you find boards try to go that route, and then what ends up happening is it's ungovernable and you end up governing by an executive committee, which has all the same issues you just discussed, right? And you end up with tokenism rather than actual engagement. So I think the structure and system change takes time on this one because it's a small, it's a small sample, but there's a real commitment, at least here, to do that. And a lot of it happens through the working group and committee structure and recruitment process.
There was actually a question that was brought up when we were going around the room earlier, if I could answer that one really, or speak to that really quickly, which was, how do we continue to do belonging work when one of the barriers that we have is other people's trauma and unhealed trauma? And that's something I've been thinking quite a lot about. And so one of the things we've been thinking about at the Alliance is, if harm happens in community, then healing must also happen in community. And how do we create institutions that allow space for healing? And what does that look like? And we don't necessarily know, but it's something that we've been exploring and we've been trying. And I think that that is a challenge that our institutions can take on as well. If that is one of the barriers, then what is the solution to helping heal trauma in our spaces? again, recognizing that if harm happens in connection with others, then so does healing, which was a challenging realization for me. I really wanted to be able to just heal by myself in like a little cocoon, like a butterfly, and then just come out an amazing person. Turns out that's not how that works. And so I think, if we spend so much of our time at our institutions, particularly those, in our field, we are engaged in our work, not always just, our 9 to 5 when we're at the institutions, but it's also the communities that we're serving, that we're engaged in. How do we create spaces that allow for that healing so that that doesn't have to be the same barrier that is today?
Well, I think that's actually quite a beautiful note to end on, right? Which is the idea that it is through community that great things happen, whether it's healing, whether it's creating cultures of belonging, whether it's actually doing work to advance our institutions and the service our communities. So I want to thank you all for spending the first of 1.5 days with us. I want to thank Grace for sharing her insights from the field and also specific case studies. And I want to invite you all to have a wonderful evening and looking forward to seeing you back at the museum tomorrow. Stay dry and have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you again to Dr. Levine and Ms. Stewart. We just have a few announcements, if you could bear with us. Today has been amazing. The conversation was so rich in looking at what our philosophy here is at the museum, but from a larger perspective, from Grace's perspective, what the field is talking about. We are beyond grateful for our sponsors. We mentioned them in the beginning, but we could not have done this without our leading sponsor, Shoemaker, without Destination Toledo, without Lehman Maupin, and the Toledo Museum of Art. So another round of applause for our sponsors. Just a quick reminder that we will begin our continental breakfast again from 8 to 8:50 tomorrow in the same location, and from 9 to 11:30 are our speakers, and then we end this amazing symposium, inaugural symposium. It's very special and historic for us, for you all to be in the room today. We have one very special person in the room that we would like to recognize, and then we will end. But on behalf of Libby and I, we are beyond thrilled that you are here joining us in these rich conversations. And thank you immensely to our speakers. They were fire. They were amazing. Thank you.
Okay, so it is my great pleasure to talk about this person, because when we began this project over almost a year ago, we talked about our experiences here ourselves at the museum. And we are an agile team, which means we are employees of the museum and we come from many different departments. And so as we get to know each other and as our employer invests in us, which has really been an amazing thing, we discover things about each other. And isn't that one of the best things about belonging, right? Getting to know someone you didn't know before in a way that is just sort of joyous. And so we're an art museum, which kind of means we probably attract artistic people. And sometimes your coworkers are these artistic people. And truly everyone here has talent, but it's my great pleasure to speak to you today about Faith Goodman, who is our inaugural Belonging Symposium artist. Faith, if you would please stand up. Faith is a visitor services lead here at the Toledo Museum of Art, an incredible fine artist. Her work is represented in our curated Collector's Corner store, which is all original art. So you can see more of her work down there. And we are debuting her work here at the museum. Oh, we've been after. I come from the store before development. We have been just trying to get Faith in there for so long. So we are thrilled that she accepted the commission to develop the branding for this symposium. It has been really joyful for us to discover each other and really to put the tenets of belonging into practice and to share that with you. So I am just going to read to you quickly, and then we will adjourn. You can see Faith's art on display here at the end of the hallway. It won't stay here tomorrow. It will also be back in the store. I would also like to let you know it's for sale. all right? Just saying. Faith has entitled this work Stardust Dutch. The materials that make up our bodies and the universe originated in the stars, symbolizing a gateway to the future. We seek guidance and hope for a brighter tomorrow. Stardust Dutch represents human collaboration, aiming for new heights and celebrating joy. The artwork captures movement, rhythm, and teamwork, emphasizing the need for community support. The piece is divided into two parts, the celestial representing the heavens and the night sky, and the worldly symbolized by double Dutch. The celestial aspects encourages us to surpass our goals for a diverse and inclusive future. The worldly aspect, inspired by the double Dutch childhood game, highlights the importance of communication, timing, and cooperation. Faceless figures represent diverse cultures and experiences coming together to embrace change and promote positive societal norms. I thought I could get through this. So this is it. Thank you, Faith. Once again. And we will see you tomorrow.